Hello everyone, my name is Grace and welcome to Plumball Cubed. We are starting the stream again because it seems like OBS was having some issues and I shut it down and it seems like things are all right again. I make no promises and I am very nervous, but it looks like everything's okay. I'm just checking, I'm very nervous. I don't know, my mic is kind of like in the middle of my OBS stuff. Oh, I should probably switch sides then and maybe like have my OBS in a place that is more visible. But that layout isn't an automatic option for Windows. Okay, whatever. We had just started anyways. Elmore is awake to make breakfast for the family. Dietrich is working on gardening. Victor is in the restroom and his partner Rebecca is kind of doing her own thing, figuring out what... I'm waiting for him to be out. Why is he bathing? I never want them to bathe. I want them to shower. Okay, whatever, Victor. I hit the wrong button, apparently. Victor's done, so he will get out, so that means Rebecca can go ahead and take care of her needs. Right. And then Victor should then be able to wake up Ginger and take care of her, but she needs social hygiene. Those things she's worried about. So I'm going to be focusing on that, right? And then Elmore's still working on breakfast, which is why we can't handle that. Rebecca, please don't play computer games. Please just shower. Your hygiene's a little low. Also, you have your hunger. So, Ginger, we're gonna do that socialization. And then we can sit and feed. And then she can probably go ahead and, like, be bathed. Elmore, I am just gonna keep a general eye on you. To just ensure that you don't light our house on fire. So the only one who isn't awake is Mr. Lauren, who is still getting his energy full, and then he can probably... I'm probably just gonna send him to fish all day. I'm gonna be very honest. Okay. Elmore. Did I click have breakfast instead of serve breakfast? Why is there only one serving, Elmore? There's only one serving. Okay. Well, then we do have some leftover autumn salad that we can take care of. And that's fine, I guess. And then Lauren, actually, now would be a perfect time to get him up so he can take care of his needs. Right. Then probably have the leftovers. And we are just going to send Lauren to go fishing, because that is always very helpful for us. Victor. Oh, he's currently feeding her. Once she's fed, she's basically all taken care of. It just seems that we got rid of the walker. I assume. I know. So I'm just going to place down the walker again. And we don't crash. I'm still gonna save because I'm so scared of crashing. I believe 2 streams ago, episode 10, whenever I tried to go into buy mode, it just the game crashed. My apologies. It wasn't when I went into it. It's when I ended it. It's like, we're gonna crash now. And it was really annoying. But it happens sometimes. So once we have fed the toddler, we're going to put her in the walker. After she's in the walker, then Victor can go ahead and, like, take care of his needs. Right. I would also, actually, Lauren, he can serve the pancakes that we need in the future, so I am going to let him do that instead of Elmore. Even though I do kind of wish that it would be Elmore. And it's just because I do want Elmore to work on that gardening. Because I think that'll be helpful. Miss Rebecca has finished her food. Her, like, needs are basically entirely taken care of. She wants to kiss Victor, which is great. So I'm just gonna have her work on a medium painting to earn some money. And what? Victor, why are you stealing candy from a baby in front of the parent, in front of the baby's parent? Put Ginger in the walker, please. That's all I'm asking of you. How hard is that? It wasn't difficult whatsoever. You're just being annoying. Okay. Now Victor's gonna eat. And once Victor's done eating, he needs to write a sci-fi novel. We have an opportunity for that, so we'll do it. And everything will be fine. Dietrich, once she's done with the garden, needs to go ahead and, you know, take care of her bathroom needs. And she can have the fresh pancakes that Lauren is making, since she should supposedly be in time for it. And Elmore, Elmore has now improved his gardening skill to level 3. Incredible. And we do have some dead plants. I'm gonna have Elmore take care of those. Along with the dead plant is a watermelon. It looks like that's the only one. We'll see if Elmore is like advanced enough to plant watermelons. And we're working on our sci-fi book, which I'm gonna steal. I watched Cowboy Bebop for the first time. Cowboy Bebop. Why not steal? And so everyone should be okay. They're working on what they need to work on. We have our mail being delivered. And then Miss Dietrich, once she is done with her gardening, which it looks like she is right now, we want her to practice her speech ideally. And then the singular dead plant has been taken care of. We're going to drag the watermelon out to ideally the right spot. That is the right spot. Elmore cannot plant it. Okay. That means I'll just queue it up for Miss Dietrich to do so. And then she can go ahead and practice her speech to work on her charisma. And then once she has her speech done, then we do need to worry about, like, getting her more relationships. Or actually, she needs to plant and then she needs to eat. I remember things. We can sell the rest of our vegetables. I believe Elmore now has a job. He has a job in 10 hours, which is great. And he wants to improve his charisma skill, toss Ginger in air. He also wants to fish. So he wants to make grilled salmon. It is too early to check if he could even make such a thing. So I'm actually... Do we have salmon? Is my specific question. We have tuna, we have herring, we have goldfish, we have vampire fish, and we have salmon. So he could make a grilled salmon. Perfect. We just need to... Hopefully... You won't have to use all those other things first. Then he also wants to improve his cooking skill, but it's a little too early for him to, like, even explore the variety of things he can cook. So because of that, I think I am just going to send him fishing. Because, you know, he can make money that way. And that makes me happy. Right? Alright. Lauren, let's see how good these pancakes are. Just don't burn the house to the... Well, if you burn the house... I was like, don't burn the house to the ground. But if he does burn the house to the ground, that means Dietrich can get to know someone. Okay. Do we have a fire alarm? We don't. Hey, Lauren. Could you, like, call firefighters? That'd be great. Also, could y'all, like, get out of this room? That seems, like, really... Miss Rebecca! Don't walk into the room with the fire! Evacuate! Do you not have common sense? Lauren! Guys, I need you. Guys, I need you. I really, really need you to, like, think about this. You know what? If you guys want to firefight so bad, you're gonna go fish. Because that's getting water. And water's, in theory, what you need. Miss Dietrich, can you call the firefighters? Will you be more effective at this? Okay. Okay, Lauren is now calling the firefighters. Okay. Lauren, don't extinguish the flames because otherwise we'll get sued and we don't have the money for that. You're like, I can't go fishing. Elmore's like, let me come back to the lot because there's a fire. Guys, we hired someone. We didn't hire. They're coming for free, fortunately. Wait, stay away from the fire. That is, like, the first thing that you're... Lauren, get out. I mean, I wouldn't be upset if Lauren died. It's one less sim to manage. We don't sell his bike. Put it outside. Okay, Lauren can stay in the room with the fire. Oh, now you're running away from it? Thank you. Guys, common sense. Stay away from the fire. Victor. Guys, stop running towards the fire. This is basic fire safety. You don't. If y'all die, that's your bad. I told you not to go near the fire, and you are. You know what? And I realized I should also take screenshots. If y'all want to be dumb and be on fire, that, you know what? That's your choice. Oh, Miss Dietrich's actually trying to save the day. We're waiting for firefighters to come so you can meet some... Well, I mean, if the fire is, like, extinguished before the firefighters come, I mean, like, that's not too bad. But, like... The pregnant woman is just going straight up to the fire? Come on, guys. Come on. I need us to use our common sense. Okay. The fire has been extinguished. Don't play tag, Elmore. Now's not the time for that. I think the pancakes are going to be burned then. Oh, okay, fine. They'll have leftover autumn salad. Where are the fish? I know that there are, in theory, fish. Elmore is then going to go off the lot to fish like he was supposed to the whole time. Oh, we should be more careful next time, Kyle. Yeah, I know. Kyle, I would love to chat and ask to hang out. Why can't you go fishing, sir? We're just gonna have Mr. Elmore make it out of the room, and then he can fish, hopefully. Perfect. Victor, what are you doing? You're going dumpster diving? That's a choice. Lauren is complaining about dirty dishes to Rebecca. Rebecca, you can go ahead and paint, girly pop. That seems most effective. Oh, you want to buy a fire alarm? Yeah, I agree with that. Lauren, you're just gonna have some leftover autumn salad. Victor, I'm okay to let go dumpster diving for a minute. Lauren, please eat an autumn salad. Oh, I accidentally canceled the dumpster diving for Victor because I thought I was on Lauren. Enjoy dumpster diving. Okay, so what do we need with Kyle for our charisma? We need another friend. So that's what we're gonna try to become friends with Kyle. And that does also increase our regular requirement, our regular amount of relationships anyways, I think. Perfect. So we're just going to get to know Kyle and ask about career. We're like, so this is actually like firefighting isn't so bad. You'd be like, oh, is this your career or are you a volunteer firefighter? Right? That's not as bad as some other ones. We can talk about the fire and how distressing it was for our family. Right? Like, we have a child out there who is doing child things. Right? Lauren, once he's done eating, I think is going to fish. I think that's my plan for him. Because that makes us some money, and I'm happy with that. Acquaintances with Kyle. Kyle's a firefighter, so he does do it professionally. Okay, great. Alright. And we can tell a dramatic story. Kyle is a Leo, that's great. We can compliment him also. We found an end table, that's great. Kyle is single, of course, because he's an NPC. And then we can get to know Kyle. We are officially friends with him. Kyle is straight. I'm going to put that in our notes in case we do want to move him in at any point and, you know, have him have a child. Burnson. Hi, Victor. I hear your evil laugh. Calm down. I'll give you instructions in a second. So after we do all that, we're going to compliment. I'm fine with the get to know, I guess. And then we're going to ask how to leave. Victor now needs to take care of his hygiene. So we'll have him take an evil shower. And that'll be fine. We don't need to compliment. We can just get to know. Once Kyle has left, we're going to have that leftover autumn salad. Then we'll go ahead and plant here the watermelon. Right. Once that's planted, we can empty the toddler toilet. Ginger currently doesn't seem to need to use the restroom, which is good. But then once that's done, we can continue practicing our speech for our charisma skill and get that up to the level we need, which we just need one more friend. Once we have one more friend, then the question is, then we'll need two more, in theory, two more just acquaintances. Victor, once he's done with everything, then he's going to continue writing his sci-fi, which is perfect, and everything will be okay. Right. Y'all are gonna manage. We also have some mail to get. I assume it's just Victor's book, but I'm okay with that because we can sell that for more money. I don't think we sold any collectibles last time, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, everything looks good right now, which is great. That means we can also sell our harvest from our fruits and vegetables, or from our garden. Since I don't really think a money bag is a fruit nor a vegetable to my knowledge. At least not yet. Not to our standard categorization of like plants and vegetables. Right. So, and then Elmore, I believe, also has some fruits and veggies to sell. So I'm gonna have him do that for us. So it is brunch. So we are able to have him work more. Oh, we can't really cook really anything because of the stove. We do realistically need to replace it at some point. But have we considered that's not fun? Have we considered... No. We'll replace the stove for now. It'll be okay. So then from there, to make grilled salmon, do we need... Is that a dinner thing, or do we just need a higher cooking skill? I'm not sure. So I'm not going to worry about that just yet. Right? But everyone, I think right now we're just in the phase of waiting for Rebecca to give birth so we can move them out. Victor's gonna go vomit. Okay, perfect. And then Victor's needs are still basically good, so he can continue writing. Elmore, we do have to watch out because he has work in 6 hours, right? So we do need to pay attention if he goes ahead and can, like, we want him to be ready. So the cars pool will be coming at 5, right? Oh, Rebecca finished a painting. Beautiful. She wants to marry Victor. Awesome. I'm going to sell her painting. Her needs are still, like, very good. Bladder's probably the lowest, but I don't want her to use that yet because because Dietrich's still in the bathroom, increasing, like, her charisma skill. Right? Elmore should probably take care of his needs before work. So I'll get him started on that around, like, 3. Which means booting Dietrich out of the restroom. Because I would like him to use the restroom, take a quick shower to refresh, and then maybe have him try to, like, serve some lunch. Let's do a goofy carbonara. So you can get working on that. Miss Dietrich is going to get her mail. And then her needs are basically good. So I'm going to send her, actually, to go fish and work on that some more. Right. And then Rebecca. Yeah. So we have Victor's book. And we have some rewards, some certificates for completing the fishing skill, which I believe both Elmore and Lauren did yesterday. So that's great. Right. At this point, I would also love for Elmore to, like, sell all of his fish. Well, I remember that right now, since that is, like, the little bit of money that we get. And Elmore's going to... I want to make sure that I click serve, right? And then Rebecca can take care of her bladder. Then she doesn't really need to eat yet, so that should be fine. Though someone should take care of Miss Ginger's bladder need also. So I'm going to have Miss Rebecca switch with Elmore, and she's going to continue painting. And then I think Miss Dietrich is actually going to come back to the home lot and pick up Ginger, just to, like, make sure that we can, like, potty train her and everything. Right. I also think we should probably reduce the toddler lifespan a little bit, because right now just 7 days is, like, too long. 7 days is too long to be a toddler. It can be, like, 4 probably. All right. So that means as we picked up Miss Ginger, we can go ahead and like toss her in air, do a little talk to, and then we can potty train her, which will be perfect. And then what is her hunger is still good. Basically everything is still good. So that's really nice. So once we're done with that, we can probably put Ginger in the walker. And I am, just for my sanity, gonna go to options. And the like lifespan is normal right now. I'm gonna make babies like 2 days and make toddlers like 4. Toddlers 4. Because I think that is gonna be the best for right now. In terms of just like efficiency. Right? Which means Miss Ginger's now going to be aging up in 2 days. We can totally teach her all her skills by then. I'll be fine. Right? And then Elmore's carpool is coming in an hour, as we're aware. So we're just having him cook some more. Once he... Oh, and Ginger has been potty trained. We finished our science fiction book. Alicia Yee says, I'm going to do this while we save. The notification goes away when I save. Damn it. I thought I'd be efficient. I could save and read something. Damn. Curse you, Sims 3. Curse you. Why did you do this to me? The monsters were magnificent. The adventures technologically grand, and the science was the most sound. You showed great promise as a science fiction writer, but for the time being, you should be content with this generous amount of money and your improved relationship with Alicia Yee. And we improved our writing skill to level 7. Okay. So Victor probably needs bladder. We need to wait a little bit longer. So I'll have him recycle the newspaper. Then I don't know if I want him. He can start another book. I think we have the time for that before him and Rebecca move out. I think that should be fine. He also wants to marry her. I'm gonna let them do that once they move out, I think. Because I want Dietrich and Lauren they're engaged to be married, but I want them to have like an actual house and like maybe a backyard first. I know, crazy. So that is kind of our plan there. But then Victor, as we wait, he's going to at least start another book. I'm gonna do a fiction book. Wait, actually, I have an idea. Can you do horror yet? No, you can do drama, though. I'm gonna write a drama novel. And, his name's Victor Bright. Victor Frankenstein. Hi. Okay. It did let me submit the book. I'm so happy. And he wants to earn a lot of royalties. Yeah, we're working on that. I understand. Elmore is putting down the food. I would love for him to, like, just grab a plate before he goes to work. Right. Rebecca. She can also probably grab a plate eventually. And then, yeah, the toddlers seem to be doing well. Victor, in the break, use the restroom. He broke the computer, goddammit. Miss Dietrich, don't go dumpster diving, please. Instead, you're gonna go fishing, and Lauren, our handy sim, is gonna come back and try to repair the computer. We'll see how it goes. I'm nervous about it, but we'll see. Meanwhile, Elmore is going to work in about 20 minutes. He needs his social, definitely. He'll socialize with people at work. It'll be fine. Did we break the toilet? Seriously, Victor? Wash your hands. And then I'm gonna have you try to repair it. We're going to get rid of that toilet anyways once we, like, fix up the house. Did you break the sink too? Why are you breaking everything, Victor? Okay. Whoever finishes... Okay. Lauren finished the computer first. So he's gonna repair the sink. And then Victor's gonna come back and keep trying to work on his book. And Elmore's going to work. Oh my gosh. Why do y'all do this? Why do y'all do this? Okay. Well, anyways. Elmore is off to work. So he's going to bring in, I believe, about $90. So I'm excited for him. Okay. Victor actually fixed the toilet, which is great. Lauren fixed the sink, which we expected. We'll have the maid work on cleaning the restroom tomorrow. Lauren's needs are doing fine, so he's going to go fish. Ginger's doing fine. Rebecca's doing fine. And Victor's doing fine. It's probably going to be Victor and Rebecca who need to eat the soonest. Also, I'm trying to do calculations. In theory, Rebecca should give birth. She's going to have given the birth. I need to get to 12 hours. I cannot do... It's going to be, like, during tomorrow. It's going to be, like, 10 p.m. tomorrow. Like, Saturday, that she is, in theory, going to give birth. Okay. I don't love that, but it'll be okay. And Ginger just learned how to walk, which is incredible. We're so happy for her. I think Rebecca's going to be able to finish her painting, and then we're going to give her Koopy Baranara. And then I think that she should just be able to, like, go to bed. She made a brilliant painting, which is incredible. We're just going to sell it here because that's the fastest way. Victor has so much book to write. I don't want to distract him, honestly. And our toddler is doing really, unfortunately, well. She is barely even tired. Great. It means I think Rebecca, when she eats, she is... I think that once she eats, she probably has the time to at least start another painting. And then she'll probably go to bed. Lauren's needs are kind of looking... Both Dietrich and Lauren are looking okay. Ginger's just not going to be tired, which I am upset by. I'm going to get her a little bit farther away from, like, the edge of the lot. That would also be amazing. But then she can go ahead and, like, play. That should work. Right. So we'll have her do that. So everyone is okay for right now. I think Lauren is going to have to come in and eat autumn salad for his needs, and then he can go to bed. Miss Dietrich needs to definitely do bladder. And then she needs to eat leftovers. Victor just needs to eat leftovers. And then he can go to bed. Then Elmore, we're going to wait till he gets home. So yeah, I'm going to... Elmore is probably going to interact with Ginger, I think, because he does want to toss her in the air. And I think that would be good to do. I think we're going to try to get All right, Elmore has left work, so I think Rebecca's at least is going to go to bed. I want Lauren to stop fishing and start getting ready for bed. Miss Dietrich, I think she can go a little bit longer, and so can Victor. Then Elmore's getting home. He wants to earn a promotion. He also wants to toss Ginger in air. So once he gets home, we need to wait for him to be unlocked. He does need to go to bed, though. Elmore definitely has that tired energy. I'm going to make him wait a little bit longer by taking care of Miss Ginger. I also see that Victor is getting a phone call, so he needs to answer his phone, which I guess at that point he then can go to bed. Margot wants to chat, sure. You cannot convince me that you cannot pick... Hi, Ginger. Your older brother's being dumb. He's saying, I can't pick up that toddler. Don't go too close to the dumpster. Thank you. Perfect. Now we have picked up Ginger. We're going to go ahead and toss her in the air, like we have the wish to do so. Then her needs are really good. If anything, I would have us, like, I'm gonna have us sit and feed Ginger, give a bath to Ginger, and then put Ginger in crib. That's my current plan. And then Miss Dietrich, she is also going to start on her way home from the so far away fishing spot, right? While Lauren goes to bed. We'll work on that promotion. Wait, can we even get a promotion if we aren't in school? It looks like we can, so we'll take it. We'll take it. Victor, you don't need to chat that long, so I'm going to give you till 10. And then I'm going to have you, like, take care of your needs and go to bed. You want to steal candy from Ginger? Of course you do! Of course you want to torment her even more. Okay. So, Miss Dietrich is saying that she needs to wait for Victor. And she's going to be able to get her food. Perfect. I'm fine with that. You need to eat before you go to bed, Miss Dietrich. And Ginger. I do want to take care of her hygiene at night because I think that'll be easiest for us. I did want to make sure that she was fed because I also figured that would be very helpful for us. So I think that will be okay. And Elmore's actually getting a phone call. Her hygiene's basically full. Okay. Elmore, then you can answer this phone. Oh, it's Mitchell, his dad. Why are you calling us at night, Dad? That's weird. Mitchell, have you thought that maybe, like, 11 p.m. is a bad time for a phone call? No, it's night. I want to go to bed, Dad. What the... Okay, whatever. Whatever. He just doesn't understand socialization, I guess. Once Ginger's in the crib, I don't think she's immediately going to sleep. So that's why I do want to help her to sleep, and then Elmore himself is going to bed. Right? And that should be a-okay and fine. Once everyone is in bed, we're going to go ahead and save. And I'm going to continue playing for a little bit more. Probably going to play another day, and then we'll take a break. Because I think Rebecca's going to give birth. at like night, so we'll probably move them out Sunday because I'll construct the house overnight, Saturday to Sunday. I think that makes sense. Okay. We know that we need to build houses. Don't worry, bestie. I'm aware. So, I do just want to check to make sure that everyone's going to sleep well. Elmore, he's going to sleep to a decent amount of time. Victor, I like having everyone sleep for, like, longer and extending it out. Just because that does give me, like, control over everything. And that makes me feel a little bit better. So, yeah. Perfect. And then Miss Rebecca, she should be giving birth in about 8 hours. So we'll see how that goes. Once she gives birth. Oh, she's having intense cramping. Well, pregnant? I understand that can happen. I am just very nervous. Please, show me what's going on. Okay. Okay. What? Fetal health is 50%? I don't know if that's good or bad. I just want her to be okay. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I think she'll be fine. I think. I think that I'm trying to make a plan here, like, in my head of ideally who's going to wake up first. Because Miss Rebecca... Oh, she's going to give birth way before 10 p.m., I think. Yeah, because 12 hours would have just been 5 a.m. I'm not the smartest. Okay. So that means I need to make sure that she's all taken care of before she gives birth. So Miss Rebecca is going to be getting up right now to take care of her needs. And then Ginger is awake. So I'm gonna have Lauren wake up to, like, help take care of her by, you know, giving her a cuddle. We can toss and air, do that socialization, and then, of course, do the classic sit and feed. And she has some bladder. And then, yeah, that's basically it. I know that Miss Dietrich looks like she's going to be waking up soon. Her needs are basically good, so she's going to work on tending to her garden. And then Elmore, I'm going to let him... He's going to wake up and serve pancakes. And then I would like him to also tend to the garden a little bit more. Right? And we'll give him to like 6 a.m., you know? 6 a.m. Perfect. Then Victor looks like he's doing good too. But I want to see where Rebecca is before I do anything else, like in terms of the bathroom, since we do only have one. So, yeah. Lauren, I think that once he sits and feeds Ginger, he's probably going to, like, put Ginger down and empty. And then we'll go from there. Right. And, oh, we have 60k right now, which is really nice, actually. So, Victor is waking up. Elmore's awake, and he's going to do his, like, hunger, which is good. Once Victor's awake, he's gonna eat leftovers. And then while we wait for the bathroom situation, I'm gonna let him continue writing his book. Then Rebecca's needs look really good, so I'm gonna have her continue painting. then Lauren, after he empties the toddler toilet, he can probably come back and take care of his needs here. Which will be good. Elmore has improved his cooking skill to level 4, which is incredible. We love that for him. That's incredible. So, this is perfect. And Miss Ginger seems like she will be doing okay. Once she is put down, we'll have her probably walk around for a second while Lauren like empties the toddler toilet. But after that, she should be good to use the potty chair herself, which is perfect. Then once Lauren is done, Victor is probably going to be able to put Ginger in the playpen. And then he's going to take care of his own needs, his own bathroom needs. And after that, Elmore and Dietrich will figure it out. Seriously, Elmore? You started a fire? Come on, Elmore. Extinguish the flames. You're brave. You got this. You got this, Elmore. You got this. Lauren, I would love it if you, like, helped. Okay. We took care of it. It's fine. Our stove looks, like, basically good. Elmore's gonna eat some leftovers. That works for me. Lauren, do not make your bed. I need you to take a shower. Rebecca is doing okay, except for all the fires that are happening. They're going to flirt. I'm actually okay with that, because I know that she wants to give him a kiss. That's actually kind of cute. Maybe an amorous hug. Right? That would be nice. I do also, I want to see if they reconsider attractiveness. I also love to ask when due date is. That would be very helpful for me as the player. I assume she's going to be going into labor like any second now, which I'm kind of nervous about. Victor still doesn't think Rebecca's very attractive. Damn, okay. Lauren is getting out of the bath. He's going to answer his phone and then put Ginger in the playpen. And the baby is coming right now. We need to upgrade a stereo. We can do that. I love how we're just like, so, when's the due date? Oh, right now? Oh, right now? Incredible. Lauren, put Ginger in the playpen. Elmore, don't play computer games. I need you to tend to garden. To work a little bit more on your gardening skill. And then Miss Dietrich. We do have to do the baby is coming. I understand. But, like, it would be great if we could tend to the garden at least a little bit. I don't think we need more people around her. I think that's just going to be overwhelming. Lauren is hungry, so he's going to have some goopy carbonara to work on that. And then probably fish. Victor, you have your bathroom needs to take care of. Don't tinker. That would be horrible. So just take an evil shower and then continue your writing so you can get that done with. Then once he finishes his book, that's when we'll move him and Rebecca out. So we need to get them, like, really working on that. And then Elmore. There are some dead plants to get rid of. Looks like it's just the potato, but I don't think that Elmore, like, has enough skill to plant that either. Even once that will be gone. Miss Dietrich does want to go fishing, though, so once she's done, she's probably going to. Miss Dietrich, why can't you take a shower? So strange. Okay. So strange. We should... I don't think Miss Dietrich knows Yadira. Oh, we do know her a little bit, but we don't, like, know what her, like, sexuality or anything is. Okay. And she's dumpster diving. I lack the desire to care. Victor, why are you not able to continue writing your book? Because you just wanted to be dramatic? Got you. I understand. Drama is fun. Dietrich, smelling horrible, comes over to try to comfort Rebecca. Oh my gosh. Incredible. Okay. Then we do have the potato vine that we need to plant. Drag out a potato. We're just going to check. Elmore cannot do it. So Miss Dietrich is going to take care of it. And then she will take care of the rest of her needs. Yeah. Well, Elmore. Also, Elmore, I'm going to have him try again to serve breakfast. We'll see how it goes. I'm nervous, but we'll see. Right. Once Miss Dietrich is done in the restroom, she's going to fish. So that means Elmore can take care of his needs. Which I believe Elmore should also have work today. Perfect. So he'll also take care of that. So once Elmore has done his needs, and then he should also be able to go fish. And Miss Dietrich would be able to practice her speech some more. Okay, Miss Rebecca. You got this. You're gonna give birth by 10 a.m. I know it. I know you can handle this. I know you got this. Come on. And we have a baby boy, which I was not expecting. I only picked out a girl's name. Shoot. Okay. The pregnancy has up and downs, but we made the best of it. So that means the baby was born with a light sleeper and good traits. We're going to name the baby Henry, I think, unless we have any chat suggestions. I'm going to give it, like, probably a little bit less than a minute. I don't see any suggestions coming in, so we're going to name the baby Henry. Beautiful. And we want to get married, which we already have queued up. I'm happy with the name Henry. And then we can... How is Henry's needs are doing basically okay? Very happy about that. Can we get an angle to take a little picture? That would be okay. I cannot manage the zoom apparently. We have and oh, she's singing to the baby. Wait, what's... I'm putting the baby in the crib. That's fine. That's kind of what I expected. So Miss Rebecca is going to get the mail. And then she's going to continue her painting. And we have another baby. Perfect. We're going to mark that H has been done. Amazing. Perfect. So that's awesome. I'm very happy about that. Elmore is going fishing. I believe he's the last one who had to use the restroom. Then Miss Dietrich is going to come in and take care of her charisma, because she needs to master that so she can master her lifetime wish. And it's very important to me. We also need to sell all the things in her inventory. So that'll be very helpful. Okay. Slowly but surely. But I'm very happy that Henry's been born. Henry is named after Henry whatever from the Victor Frankenstein book. Because I researched the characters in the book Rebecca and also in like the Victor Frankenstein book. And he is like the only H name that I saw. That I had planned if they've given birth to a girl to be Helen. Right? Kind of calling on like... I was kind of inspired by like Helen of Troy, I think. I was just trying to go like literary with their names of like people and stories. That's kind of what I was thinking of. So that's great. And then with our things. So the problem is I cannot tell which one of these is Elmore's and which one of these is Lauren, and we don't really need to keep Lawrence. So we'll have to check on that. Oh, we did successfully make apple pancakes. I'm so proud of us. I'm so proud. We're so skilled. Oh, Victor's actually looks like he's going to be done his book soon, so we actually might be able to like move them out during the day, which would be very nice. I would be very excited about that. Okay. Because I know that if we move them out, I saw a light flicker and I was like, huh? If we build the house and then move them out, the game would be like, oh no, we're gonna populate someone else in that household. I could have just kicked that household out, but we're thinking about efficiency here. So Victor's gonna finish his book, and then we should be good. Miss Dietrich is, of course, getting a phone call, so she can answer her phone. Oh, and we haven't had her eat yet. She should eat. Sorry, I didn't realize we hadn't taken care of that. My bad. Yadira wants to chat. Sure. We need to eventually know her sexuality anyways, so we would love to get to know her. I know, like, the next couple that we're setting up is going to be Lydia and Margot, because they're both gay, so that works for me. But I know that we also have Glenn and Kyle, who we need to like know more of. They're both straight, so they can't be paired with each other, which is a problem. So we're gonna figure that out. But yeah. We have the Cowboy Bebop, which we can sell. Rebecca improved her painting skill to level 8, which is incredible. Elmore has things in his inventory he needs to sell. And we should be all good. So Miss Dietrich, once she finishes eating, we're going to have her continue practicing her speech. Because that is what matters here. More than anything else. Oh, and Elmer wants to learn every recipe. That's his current lifetime wish he is considering, which is kind of where I was pushing him. I want him to like cook and stuff. I ideally would like him to like unlock the like one of the culinary places. So I'm thinking the restaurant rather than like the diner, you know, but we'll see which comes more naturally to him. Miss Dietrich's getting another phone call. She can absolutely answer her phone. Grace Yellow wants to talk. Absolutely. Hey, it still benefits towards charisma, right? And then... and Miss Dietrich is taking care of Henry. You know what? That works. You like children. Why not? Once that's taken care of, you can put him back in the crib, though, and continue practicing your speech. That's the thing you need to do, ma'am. Hey. Yeah, Rebecca's gonna finish her painting before Victor. Once she finishes her painting... what do I want her to do? That's the thing. She can probably just play chess, right? Or we can like try to have her fish for like a little bit to gain that skill. I'm happy to have her fish for a little bit to gain that skill because that also is money, right? Oh, we completed a wish. That's great. They're all just clustered up on that shore, and that works for me. So Victor, come on. I need you to finish writing this book. I know you got it in you. It would be great if we could move you out before Elmore went to work. And Victor's finished his book. He's not going to steal candy. He's going to practice chess while he waits for me. So Victor Frankenstein has been released for public consumption. We're comparing it to Magnetic Attraction. And it's making a decent amount of royalties, which is great. So from here, we're going to save and we're going to work on making them a house. So going over here, I got a graph notebook, a compensant notebook, whatever you want to call it, right? And drew out different floor plans that I want to be in this town, along with figuring out, like, ideally what I want the layout of the town to be. I've, like, thought about that now, actually. And I know that, like, this area here, I'm thinking is going to, like, the cheap houses. This is going to probably become a regular house. So these are 20. Okay. So I'm going to start on this Spariton Way, which is a 20 by 20 lot. Right? That's going to work perfectly for me. And then they are a household of 3. Right? So I want to see, like, Sims 3. I would just want to look up starting funds, because I don't know if I can make it under the 16K. But we make, I can do math. So the audio is going to go out for a second while I pull up a calculator, because I cannot do math off the top of my head. But we start with the 1650, 16,500 plus 2,000 for another adult plus a baby is going to get us at 19,000. So ideally, we want this house to be like 20,000 simoleons. Okay, great. I can definitely do that. I'm definitely not worried about staying in my limit. Okay. So I'm gonna look through the floor plans that I have drawn out. And I want to do the smallest house that I have, is what I'm thinking. So I don't have these houses named whatsoever. Okay. I have a plan for what house I'm gonna do. So I know these were inspired by floor plans and like architecture and stuff. I looked up floor plans and then I basically transferred them into how they should work in The Sims. Hi, I'm trying to spin you this way. Perfect. So I'm just worried that there might not be enough space, because I do have this planned on a 30 by 30 lot, right? So, or a 20 by 30 lot. So we're gonna see what I can do and see how compromises get made knowing that. Right? Okay. So I know that we need... How much space do I need at the front, actually? Because ideally, if we could do like 5 here, that would be great. Then I do have 3 on this side for this 6 by 6, which then goes out to here. Right. And then this is another 6 by 6. I just need to see how much space that gives me in the back. Which I don't think that's enough. Okay. Because the garage is going to be 3. By then another 3. Wait, that's a little bit too much. It's going to be by 6 plus 2. And then we need more rooms back there. So that doesn't work. We're starting too far back on the lot for that. So I might start from the back of the lot and then go forward then, since I just didn't do my math and everything right. Well, since I plan this to be on a 30 by 30 lot. So it's going to be a space of 5 in, right, 2 down, by it's going to be a 6 by 6 room. We're just going to go 3 here. I'm just going to draw that for now. Then this is a... Oh, this is 7? Okay, damn. That's a very big room. Right? 7 by 3 there. Boom. Boom. And this is the by 7, which is perfect. Actually, I do kind of want to make this smaller, but it works. It works for my purposes, so I guess it'll be large, even though that does kind of annoy me. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay. Then from the 7, we have a go out of 4. Which then goes in. It's gonna go out of ideally 6, which is very close to the edge of the lot, which I don't love. So I think I'm actually gonna span that in, and that will be okay. So that will work for me. And then we have the garage start in like this area. I believe, if I did my math right. I did my floors. I want this to be by 6. Perfect. And then this goes by 6 there. Which is by 3. Perfect. Pull this back by 8, which is perfect. And then we can box this in. Then we have a pull out, which this is by 4. Or actually, something is wrong here. My little floor plan conundrum. It should be a space of 1. And then like that. And then this is by 4. Here, and then this is only 7. That'll be fine, I think. I hope and I'll pray. Which then this can be expanded out there, which is where we want it, and then this is going to be a 3 by 3. Perfect. We're going to get... Oh, this... The spacing is wrong, and it is starting to be a problem. Okay. Okay. Well, that's... I planned this for a 20 by 30, and it is coming back to bite me. That's okay. So... That means... I think I need to just start... and see what I can get with where we are here. But this is, in theory, the rough floor plan that I want for this house. And I also know that means that I need a half wall for this kitchen area here. That is going to extend to, like, here-ish, I think. And that's our half wall situation. And that is ideally the house. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how things work out. Because this is supposed to be by 4. I see you. I see you supposed to be by 4. Okay. We're gonna take what I have here, though. Damn it, why isn't the redo as easy as a key? That's annoying. Okay. This is where we're going to start here. And I do want to take off, undo the auto roofing. And I'm gonna come back to like the aesthetic of the outside later. And just focus on trying to like place the windows where I planned and everything. I just want to see if I can get the floor plan like how I expected it. I also just want to make sure that things fit the way that I expected. Right? Because it's... That's the thing also. Technically, I do have... I want to ideally... Hi. If I want the house to be perfectly accurate, I can technically do that. I think I have just enough space. So we make this by 4. We make the hallway there. We go out here. Right? Make this by 7. Go there. Then it's a draw down by 3. Go here. Go in. Go there. Because I do like my theoretical floor plan. I just need to see if it fits in this house. And that 4 should work. I'm just worried about this side over here not working with the garage. So I think I'm gonna switch to buy mode real quick. And I do just need to check the transportation element of this space here. Okay. So this, in theory, works. But ideally, it does need to be back by 1. Right? So that means... I'm gonna extend that out there. That's gonna be the 7 that I need to make that work. Which I'm happy with. That makes this by 8, which is what I wanted. The thing is, I want to figure out how to like add a bathroom because it's currently a master and I need another bathroom. If I could just move this to like the side there, I think. Okay, I have an idea. I think we do just make this flat. And then the bathroom by 3 here. And I think that that works. Or worst case, I do like this. And that works there. Then you have like space to get out and walk. And I'm relatively happy with that as our little floor plan, which is perfect. Perfect. So I'm gonna worry about getting... So I have inspirations for ideally like where the architecture I'm drawing from is, and we are already very expensive right now. Okay. But I have the like aesthetic details that I noticed that I like in places, because I'm going for places that have this kind of like coastal but also like mountains. And the things that I noticed in their construction is that they have stucco and they also have like stone, and they have like a lot of different options. So that is my plan for right now. I'm gonna be using like stucco and stone as our options. And since these are ideally the cheap houses, we're going to be using the cheapest wallpaper that we have in game, because that will make me happy. With the bumps that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we have 5 bumps, which is actually a really nice number. So I want a stucco for, I'm thinking like the front of the house, which I believe is going to be found, I don't know. I can definitely get the stone that I want. Oh, there's no preset stones. Okay. That's kind of annoying. Okay. We could do something like that. That would actually work as an option for our stones if we want to like keep cheap. We can also do that, which I'm relatively happy with. I think going to masonry is ideally going to give me something like a stucco. Yeah, I think these two kind of remind me of stucco. I like that actually. For like the kind of texture. I think there probably is a stucco option. What do you call yourselves? This is Walwadado. There should be a, I believe I have used a stucco somewhere. That is not stucco. At least in The Sims 4, I know there is stucco. So that is what I am nervous about. Oh, geometric flowers is so pretty. Okay. I don't want the grimy bottom. And also, that's where he's by 7. That's very expensive, which I don't love. Right. What's this clean one? It is by 7. Okay. So I think our options for the stucco is either between $7 or $4. I'm going to take the $4 one because I also like how more spread out the stucco texture is. And if I make that match, that is relatively interesting. And I also do, my plan is to go for bright colors. I don't know what colors I want this house to be yet though. But we have the like material that I want at least. Right? It looks like it does need to stay more in the red range though, just because of that underlying. But because we know that, what is the cheapest stone that we have? It's a $10 and it is all around. Okay. That means the cheapest option for our stone is going to be one that we can just select from here. And that makes me happy. Tiny rocks doesn't do it for me. So I think our options are this kind of layout, which I don't love. We have this. That looks better for flooring, I think. And then we have this that has kind of no texture to it. So I like this, but the stones that I saw were kind of more like this gray-white when I was looking at the like places I took inspiration from. So that's gonna work for me. So basically these are the two bases that we're choosing from, and I just have to decide my colors now. Okay. So I want the stones to again lean more towards white. And Like, I still want them to have an undertone, but I do kind of like this. I know that there's a chocolate, like this kind of like chocolate color that I like, that I'm trying to remember the hex code of. I feel like if we could make this kind of light brown, oh, I know the brown that I like. It's gonna be like 3E. We're playing with the amount of E's. I'm just gonna lighten it so it's like a memorable color. That's not what I want at all. I know that's gonna be like 3E, 3E, 3, 3. And then we just need to lighten how dark it is to like where it is nice and repeating. So I like this little, it still feels a little bit too, I think in here is probably the range that I would like. If I want it to be enough that there's still a repeat. Or would it look better with just like white stucco? With this like white grouting in between. I kind of like the white grouting. Like I want it to be like at least a little bit darker. But I feel like a light, I feel like that could be pretty cool. I like that. Okay. Then for the color of, okay, I do kind of want one of these rocks to be more grayish though. Like not full on. But I want a little bit more gray. And I feel like if we have that little bit more gray, having a white would stand out like really nice. So I think that I don't know. I kind of like the stones more before. Let's get like I feel like this looks better to me. And then like a little bit of a repeat on like the grouting where it is still like mostly like a little bit of a white, I think could be really nice. Okay. And then for this, my thing, I guess my confusion is that it says it draws from 2 colors, but the second color just doesn't seem to be like drawn from at all. I'm very confused about that. So I think with this house, I'm thinking like, I'm honestly thinking like a red could be fun. Or like, I kind of like orange. Like an orange red. I feel like that could look very beautiful. Like, I kind of vibe like in between here. And then we take one of this like yellow stone that we have and make them like a little bit more, again, I was kind of thinking that I do... Hear me out of what if we make all the stones like a white? If we make everything like a white, and then we do like variations in them. Because I feel like that would match better with the places that I took inspiration from. But I also feel like the places I took inspiration from didn't have this like cobbled stone. And that's also... Yeah, it didn't have the cobblestone. Like the stone was more in a masonry. It just wasn't like brick. It was like more just like large stone blocks. Oh, this aligns with it way better. Wait. I like this so much more. What is our grout color? Is there even a grout color? Might not be. Yeah, I think that is more culling from like the inspiration that I took from. So I want it to like start off as like a pure white. Then maybe like each color has a little bit of like a turnaround of like a shade. Or I think just pure white works best, honestly. I'm gonna be going for that like pure white. And that like mimics more what I want. I like that. Okay. And then with this like red brown, this red orange, I like this like strong saturation. And like here. And then again, my thing, I don't understand what's going on with the weird color, but of like why it's changing on me or why it's saying I can't change it. But I like that right there. Okay. So this is basically like where I'm pulling from in my colors. And so that means our options for everything. We should have, I believe, 4, if I'm correct. So we have the basic. And then we have, oh no. We have like this. We have our totals. We have our basic. And then I am kind of interested in like, what if we reverse like this and how that looks? I don't hate it here, honestly. I feel like I normally do. But I feel like that's kind of cool. Right? Like, architecturally it can't happen, but in theory. And I'm just gonna put it on the side of something to draw from. So with my inspiration, I want the front of the house to just be like the stucco. Right? I think that's my plan there. And then I'd want like the side of the house to have this difference here. Is where my idea is coming from. Then, or actually, I feel like I'm gonna go full stone in this area because I think that looks the best. And then we pull the half stucco in the front here. I think I like that most. I do want to pull you out as something to reference. So we can kind of have like... Is that too... I don't... How does it look with a completely stone front? I like the stone front more, honestly. I do like that more. So then maybe the side here... Don't delete the wall, please. The side I had already tried as this, and I don't really love that. So I'm in... What? I don't want it to just be the regular, like, regular brick. So I'm actually gonna switch it for this here because I think that that is actually, like, kind of interesting, kind of unique. I do like that. And then we have the question of, I feel like for the side, then for here, this area, I feel like it should just be that regular kind of. And then maybe just like the stone in the back. Of like, in terms of colors. Of course, we could always just put the regular like stucco in the back. Too. But I think I like the stone more. Because I do like that change of texture being different. Of your eye notices the stone more. Okay. I'm happy with this there. So I'm going to quickly go and save. Since we kind of have like the basics of what I want there. Now, for the roofing, I have two ideas. I'm thinking I can either go like more intricate to the places that were inspired by, like the places that inspired this, or like basically I'm thinking kind of like an open roof, or probably what is, because this is the cheap housing, the cheap houses, I feel like I should acknowledge that and instead just go for the like generic roof, and then we just do like a fun color which is inspired by the places that I thought of. And we're gonna see what I can do for the roofing in a second, because I want to do windows and things first. So with the arch, I want to arch in this front here, and I want a like round arch. So the cheapest round arch is this, but we also have more like nice round arches that do, you know, cost some more money. And this is, I guess, really a exercise in where do I want to spend said money. So I honestly feel like the most expensive round arch, I'm gonna say no to, because I feel like it is a little bit too sophisticated. With this arch, I don't have any particular like problems with it, but I also, it is more expensive, and there's no other reason for there to like be columns, so I don't really have any need for it, I feel like. With this arch, it's a little too like Greco-Roman for me, so that leaves it to this ornate arch, which I do really like. This arch, which is a little bit like, I'm gonna compare these two arches to each other. It looks like this one is just kind of a more squat version of this, along with costing more. So I would rather go for the tall one that costs less. Then the ornate arch is around the same cost. It's just $5 more expensive than this arch. That is a great question then. And there's no just like pure curve one that I feel like is worth it. If the buzzkill arch, too much. The closest I think would be this. And this is, again, I feel like for the aesthetic that I'm going for, it has to be one of these two arches. And from here, I don't hate how that looks. I think for this house, it would be better to go with this arch. I do kind of like how that one looks more. And then, see, the thing is, I don't want to do too much because I do feel like I have to decide on a roof. Because depending on what color the roof is, depends on how I want the trim to be. Because I'm honestly thinking of kind of like a fun trim color. But to do that, I need to decide my roof color because I would like them to match. So, I know I want to use these Patagonia roofs. Honestly, those are like where the inspiration is coming from for me. But I need to figure out the best way to do it. Because with the roofing on this, we do want to have that like slight arch. So I need to figure out how. Because I also hear that I do want some interest in the front. More than like we currently have. I just planned for this to be like a 2x2 window. So like, I'm trying to figure out where to go from there. Right. Not what I'm looking for. Okay. So, I feel like possibly the easiest way to do it to roof this is just to take a hip and see what covers and what doesn't. And I feel like if I take the Patagonia hip to roof, that's gonna align better with my purposes. It's gonna be 14 across by here. And I do need to change the curvage to like here level. It's still so much. I think I'm just gonna use the regular hipped. Because I know that there is, like if I press Alt, a way to get it to curve a little bit. Let me check. I believe Sims 3 curved roofs. There has to be a way to curve it a little bit. There has to be. See. I just have to read real quick. Oh no. So how do I curve it? I think, is it just the Patagonia the only option that you have? Because I know that there's pitch tools. Okay. Well, that's a problem. Because, like, don't want... Honestly, wait, that's kind of cool there. I kind of like that. I believe that there is a pinch way for The Sims 3. But I just don't know off the top of my head. That's where my frustration is coming from. That at least doesn't use the constrained floor elevation. You know? Okay. So we're gonna take the hipped roof. I do want it... Or actually, I feel like a mansard roof would be better. I'm gonna take a mansard roof. We're gonna draw it there. That works beautifully for me. I actually like that. And then here... Again, I do just want the slight, like, pitch. But it doesn't look like that is achievable in The Sims, which is annoying. So if I take... So I make this, like, a 9x9, and then I draw, and it just, like, it's so... over? That is where my problem is coming from. I do just want a slight curve, like, in my roof. That's all I want. Interesting. Okay. Well, either way, looks like we do the tall gable here. I'm just gonna have it go back 5. That basically takes us to match in there. And then here's a very interesting question to me, because I feel like this has to be here, and then this connects to that kind of roof situation is my idea. So it connects by making this, like, taller. And, like, the general... Oh, the mansard roof I can't change the height of. Very interesting. So I generally want this pitch to be lower than that. And then I want... If I can line up by tile, that would be my, like, goal here. Of, like, I want it to be matched at that tile. So that means I can match at that tile here. And then we can have, like, a similar thing of they're all matched by, like, a tile. But this would need to be longer for that tile measurement to work. Of course, it could be nice for it to be, like, a little, like, actually maybe too shorter. I feel like that could be fun. Because it stresses that it is, like, smaller. That would work there. And then with the front, again, my thing would be... I think my plan with the front would be to, like, pull from probably 3 back to go out a little bit forward, and then to just do, like, a regular roof situation here, which I'm probably just gonna make the tall for my sanity. So I only need to make it like 4 back. Then the problem is that these like sides don't align, which is annoying. But we can line up to 4 there. This works, and then because to make this make more sense, I would actually think to use the cheap arch, like the cheapest round arch that we have, and then you just put like 2 columns in front. What did I say that I wanted the columns to be? I said square columns. So like this would be the cheapest square column that we have. Like that would work. Alright, I'm just gonna go down for a second. Though I think the more aesthetic that I want for the column is like this. Right? With the home. Hi, can I see the roof? Thank you. Hi, why are you being so difficult? Okay. Because I feel like we would just alt to get to like the side here of like around that kind of situation. Yeah, I know where I want the column to be positioned. Okay, perfect. If I could get the column here, that would make me very happy. And that aligns with the roof. Perfect. And we can do the same over here. Right. It's very beautiful. Perfect. That, I think, looks relatively good. I do just want, like, a slight curve to the roof, of, like, a slight curve inwards. And I don't... I know that I can do that. That's my thing. So if I quickly go to edit town, and I'm gonna save, yeah. Let me go to lessons, because there should be roofs, roof types. I know that there's a way. I swear there is. Why am I just hallucinating? That's the annoying part. Okay. I don't know off the top of my head, but that's okay. I'd like the roofs to be like a little bit shorter though. And that's the thing with this like mansard, it's just so large that it kind of overwhelms me. Right? But with the roof options, I was thinking like a green roof of like, I don't know if there's, or midnight blue, like a tiled green roof is kind of what I was thinking. Like this deep jade, I honestly like really like that. I think that that would look very good. That's kind of what I was thinking in terms of options. It's just my thing is that this doesn't look right to me. That's my thing. Did I actually put a roof inside? Yeah, I did. Okay, awesome. Hi, I would like to not have a roof here. If I delete from there, that works. Okay. because I need it pitched at a max there, and that works for me. And I just want a slight curve for all these roofs. That's my thing. And I remember there being a way to do it, but I'm just forgetting. We do need the tall here, though. Again, I would like this to have... Or actually, if I make this... If I try... That actually kind of works. And then I just go here and drag this down a little bit. Actually, I would be happy with that. I would be very happy with that. I think my problem... Why is this so tall? That's my question right now. Why are they so tall? I'm gonna position it so the tallest is, again, where I planned for it to be. On... I feel... Actually... Let me... Okay. I want to see the hipped Padogia. Doesn't work here, but if I just go for the regular hipped and I make it 14 by 12, I think that works pretty decently. It's just I would want the max height to be like relatively low. So it's kind of like here situation. But I also just don't know if I love how the roofing looks. Even with like the jade that I had found. Right? I feel like it just portrays the aesthetic I'm trying to go for with this build. I feel like the easiest... I feel like the thing that I want for roofing is half walls. Of to go like here. I think that's more in line with what I'm kind of thinking for this situation. Even though it does cost more. And honestly, okay. I know what my theoretical plan is for this. Okay. It's gonna cost so much more, but it's going to look better for me. But we're already at very expensive. I'll be fine. I'll figure it out. So we're going to build wall, and it's going to be perfect. And actually, it's probably just gonna be easier if I trace from the outside. So my plan is to do the constrained floor elevation and have it have that kind of detailing, because I think that that will look really good, right? Which means I'm actually going to delete this inside flooring here because we won't be needing it. Right? We're gonna make the ceilings just a little bit taller. And that will be very fun. Of course, the thing is, if I don't have that, then I need to add walls here. So things like aren't showing. and that does cost more. So I think maybe the floor is the lesser of two evils because it costs a little bit less. Okay, I'm okay with that. And then we'll change it probably. I do just need to be a different color so I can see. And then we're gonna go for all of the beautiful cheats. So testing, cheats, enabled true, and then constrain floor elevation false. Perfect. So we can just go ahead. Hi, I would like to go from here. Yes, thank you. So I'm gonna make it at least 3 shorter. I think that is my ideal. And let's see how that looks for now. And honestly, I feel like that's a little bit too high. So I'm gonna go, and if we alt the step, that makes it just a little bit shorter. So high. We go for the stair, we click the alt key, and that's currently 1 lower. I'm just gonna have to like do it by 1 at a time because it is starting to be a problem. So it's going down here, which means that this is the 1 lower. And I'm thinking at least 2. I'm thinking. I like the 2. I think that looks how I want it to. Then we're gonna get rid of these stairs. We accidentally put a hole in the roof. Oh no. I think at least I did. We'll see. We're gonna pull from here. Perfect. Then we can delete that and cover with that. And then we can go ahead and go there. Right. Oh, but we do have... I am gonna go to roof for 1 second. Because I accidentally put one inside the house, and so that does just need to like be fixed. Right? And this gives us a little bit more. We can like put something there, ideally to give it this like trim on the house. So like things with bottom trim are going to include some walls like these. And that gives at least something that I think actually... Okay. So if I go, that is not. We have like a little bit of trim, which I think looks decent, right? I want to, in paneling might have better trim options. It looks like it is pulling from the top of yeah, the top of the wallpaper. So how expensive are you? You're $6. I think we're gonna go ahead and kind of like use this trim here, which doesn't do like anything really to stand out, but at least it is somewhat of a trim. And I have to decide what wood texture I would ideally like with this. Cause I want one with like knots. And it's also kind of very noticeable which one it is. So that's where I like this one, but I don't see a like version of it that is in multiple directions. Okay, I think I'm gonna choose these two at the bottom here. I think I like those the most. And I also like that it has a little bit of interest. And in like the second color. I think that's very nice. Though I do think it is like a little bit too light right now. My bad. Because I feel like, yeah, it just doesn't work for me. I'm gonna reset it. Make it the white. And I just think that's very pretty. And a very nice way to like give trim around the house. But I also like, I don't know. I like it, so I'm gonna keep it by hiding it inside the house. 'Cause I feel like I think I know more what I'm looking for in the context of this now. I'm gonna drag one back to here and delete these floor tiles. And then with the floor elevation still true, I assume straighten that out. And I think, yeah, what I'm really looking for is just like some little bit of like texture. Honestly, is what I'm kind of missing in the front here. So like, yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for. But I'm gonna extend that this way. And how does it look when it gets flattened again? I don't love it in like over there, but I am interested in just like a little bit more space on this side. I don't necessarily hate. And I feel like maybe we could put like, okay, what if I pull out by one? Then we go ahead and we're already at the max of our budget basically, and we haven't put any furniture inside. Great. Okay. If I do that, again, I think that the thing is, in terms of budgeting and everything, I just can't have like the second level and then the roof just doesn't look correct to me. Trying to like roof it with the traditional roofing, I don't like. So I think that in terms okay, because I didn't like the mansard, but I feel like if we just went for the hipped and you made it like the hipped so it wasn't like too large, like maybe this much of a hip, and then you go ahead and you do this kind of situation, right? I feel like if you do that, it isn't too bad, right? Of course, this needs to be scooted up to like there probably. And then we get another long one. At least by 5. And like just a little bit higher of a pitch. Right. Move that down a little bit more. And then you go ahead with the Patagonia. And we're gonna give it the long way. And you do something like that. I don't think that I hate it, to be honest. I feel like adding windows will probably just make it better. So I'm okay with that. Then in terms of like wallpaper, we just need to fix that up there. And we fix this up there. And that is still like relatively cheap. Right? I still feel like it's a little awkward with the Patagonia. I feel like doing like not what I want. I feel like doing this is still a little better. At least for me, I think that like looks more cohesive. I do kind of like that more. And then it comes to the arch of the roof, just being like, I want this to have a little bit to it. So that kind of goes there. But then, let me check if I, like, mason it. Do the mustard roof. The mustard roof. And let me see if that does kind of give me what I... In terms of height, I'm actually pretty happy with that. And we just, like, make it there. And then, like, I think that works very well. I think that that looks very pretty. It's a little bit messy in the back there, but I'm okay with that. Or like do I think that looks good. I think that that's okay. And although it is a little messy in the back, it still works, which is the important thing. With the roof, I do like the green. I do like the green. We also have the idea, I don't like the terracotta. We could do blue. I kind of want to do blue. I think that that stands out really well. So that means, yeah, I do like the blue a lot. And with the top here, it does cost money for me to place tiles, but I can't design it otherwise, so I do have to place tiles. So I'll do that. And then I'm thinking my thought process is honestly to drag like the existing that we have here, put it onto a tile, and say they like stuccoed the roof, and then just try to match with like the blue of the roof, you know? And I think that that looks kind of cool. Obviously, I feel like the roof is a little bit more like teal in color. But like, I think I want it to be like here is kind of where I'm getting with the color. Yeah, I like that. I think it pulls to the stucco very nicely. Even though like it's not perfect. And since we have that color, and I already did decide kind of like what kind of trim we want. We know it's gonna be at the bottom here. That's gonna look good. And then we can just like basically steal. I'm gonna steal the blue and see how it looks. Or steal it for the front. Again, I might, let me see if I can do the color pick of like more kind of what color I am like looking at. Of like this mid-tone is more what I'm seeing for the color. Let me get the color proper. Give me a second. I do love color picking because it allows me more accuracy, but you know. So if I say it's this, let me see. It really doesn't seem to change much. I'm gonna be honest. But I feel like the pro here is that I can just take the wood and add like the lighter as an option. And let the wood be lighter. I think that will give me kind of like the roof color that I am looking for here. And that makes me very happy. And I think that'll make the trim like a lot of fun. Okay. Perfect. So now that oh, and that does mean for the roof, we can just like mash this down and it'll kind of look better on the inside at least. With if I delete any of these connectors, it does not save me money. Damn. Okay. That's fine though. Then we can add a column there. So since I did figure that out, I do quickly want to save. And then I do think that it might be helpful for me to take a quick break since I am almost out of water, and then I'll be back. So that's my plan. I'm gonna take a quick break and then we'll be right back to finish the build. Hello, hello. I am back. I'm going to transition back to our game screen here. And we are going to get back to building. And I was like worried while I was taking my break that the blue and like it's an orange red, so I think we're fine. So now the next thing that I want to do is windows. And I'm very concerned about windows because in the front I had planned for this big 2x2 front window here, but I'm trying to figure out what gives the look that I'm after. I feel like maybe this might more. I don't know. Because I feel like it does need two windows. But shouldn't it be too difficult? Like, if we just place like that, I think that works. I want them to be bigger windows than that. But I think this isn't what I'm looking for. We have the Pedro Estate window, which is very expensive, so I don't love that. We do have the greenhouse windows, which I wouldn't hate. They're kind of like giving the tallness that I was looking for. I think they're a little bit too tall. I'm gonna park you over there as I think. This is also not what I'm looking for. Again, something with a round would make me very happy. And I feel like the stray window could possibly work. We could also just go for like, that's, I feel like is very small. That could work. That is... This is more aligned with the size that I was thinking of. But I just worry that the window is very, like, basic. But I think that for what I'm looking for... Hi, can I spin this? Thank you. I want to see how both these windows look with the trim I'm planning to give it. I think... Or if they decide to just do the plastic, it would be interesting like that. I need to see it with both, I think. I can't figure it out with just one. Okay. So if I do it like this, that it just feels very small in terms of the space like taken up by the window, which I don't love. With this, there's a lot more window, which makes me much happier. And like, I could try that window. Let me see. I think so our option is this or this. Okay, so it's in between basically these two windows here. So I'm gonna go to the rest of the house and then decide from there. So that's my plan. And the sun window is just gonna chill for now. But at the side of the house, it would be nice to have a 2x2 window. And I would like... Oh wait, that's cool there. I do want to say that. The 2x2 window that like I was kind of thinking of is this vibe. I also like, I do also kind of like this window, I will say. I just feel like I want big windows at the front of the house. And I know that. I feel like... Okay, we're not doing this sun-slated window, I know that. I feel like... Okay, I know which windows I want, at least for the front of the house. It's gonna be these two. Because I like how, like, the flowers work. I think that looks very nice. The side of the house, again, with that established, we can go for kind of like windows with squares. And so I'm okay with, I like that. I don't, this is a nice 2x2 that could work. So don't mind this. Or actually, I think, let me see how the double of this window looks with it, which I know is somewhere in here if I can find it. Oh no. I think that is honestly giving like more what I am going for in terms of like the windows. I like how that looks the best. But for the front of the house, again, do I want the fun? I just feel like that's like too narrow. And so like that gives it the length that it needs. At least like for the front of the house. Right? So I'm content with that for now. Okay. Then we have the kitchen, which is going to be positioned there. And then let me see how that is positioned in the kitchen. That's actually going to be a problem. It does need to be the singular window for that situation, because we want it to like have a sink centered on a window. That's what I'm thinking about here. And where did I say I want the sink to be? Okay. Then I'm gonna have the arrows facing the outside of the house, because I feel like that is going to be easiest for me to remember. So I can put there, or I can put there. I'm gonna go here. Maybe actually center that window. The back of the room is gonna get 2 of these, which works beautifully. And this is not centered. I cannot center it because it's a not even room. Got you. And I'll put you there. I think that... Or actually, we could... How does it work with singles? With singles, it looks very nice. So I'm going to do that. Then 2x2 for the side here because it's by 4. Then we do a single windows on the back. Hi, perfect. Then I have, interesting. And here we have 2 windows. And then the side here, we're gonna have by 2. And that looks very... That looks very nice to me. I think that... I just want to see very briefly. What if I did actually... We have the space. I could like make it very windowed in the front. Like... I don't... I'm gonna be honest, I don't hate that. I think that 3 is too many. Then my problem with 2 is that I don't know. I think that layout works the best for me there. So I'm gonna do that. And then of course we do have the garage door situation to figure out. So the cheapest garage door is this. Then we have the glass garage door. So we're just gonna go with the cheapest garage door. And I'm definitely gonna drag this at least. I think then I want the middle of the garage needs to be like... I have an idea about it actually. So the trim of this... The trim of this needs to be changed to the sideways one. Oh, wait, is it different on the... Hi. You're being frustrating. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Then we drag these colors in. And then for here, I think we just go to like the... Why are y'all being so difficult? Perfect. Okay, I figured out colors. I'm so proud of myself. And I honestly think my problem is if I just draw the exact red, it's not going to look right. Right? What if I drag the stucco over and make... Oh, I actually kind of vibe with that as like the garage door. I think that looks kind of nice. Like, I don't know. I feel like... I feel like making it just white wouldn't be so horrible. But I do want it to like be a fun color, if that makes sense. I feel like we could just do like the blue. I'm just gonna do the blue for the garage. I think that looks best. I like how that looks. So I'm just gonna make the garage have like a blue door. And that overall still matches. Okay. So this comes to a thing that I am very nervous about now. Of how much money do we have to do the inside of the house? So I want this to look like that. I think that looks very nice. And then we have the inside of the house to figure out how we're gonna furnish that. Okay. So the last thing that we need to figure out is a door to like fully get into the house, which is gonna be a 2x2 door. And I think the cheap problem, see, that is problem. It's saying, oh, this is like not going to work because of the arch there, which makes me mad. Hi, please work. I'm gonna move the arch. I'm gonna move the arch for now. I'm gonna try to figure out what door I want to use. So we can do the generic lucky door, which is actually cheap and going to save us money. And if I just like, I want to drag. If I do this, I honestly don't hate that. I think that kind of looks nice. And like, because I don't want a generic white door. I feel like that's kind of boring. But then the problem is if I say, hey, the door should open inwards, because that is how doors work in the real world. And then I can place that there. I can place that, yeah. You can place the arch there, and everything works out, it looks like. So I think, and it kind of matches the garage. Okay, I'm happy with that. I am actually relatively happy with that, and it gives me an excuse to use a cheap door, which I am content with. So then, let's figure out doors on the inside. So I'd planned for buy 2 doors, which is basically the lucky door. However, I'm gonna cheat in and use the Insta door, which is actually gonna be more like wall space. Right? And then this. Gosh, the doors are all planned to go inwards, so that's how I'm gonna swing their arc. So the doors open inwards. And to keep like the fun of the house, I'm going to spin apparently. To keep the fun, I am going to keep these doors being like blue. I think that that's gonna be like a fun detail to pull from the outside to the in. And I just think it kind of looks cool. So it's happening. Then this door is gonna also swing inwards, and I'm gonna offset it by being here, like in between. And then for this door comes a question of, do we want it here? I'm gonna put that door there. I think that that looks good. And then for the master bathroom door, we're just gonna have it swing in like that. So those are all the doors for this house. Perfect. And then we need flooring. So I would love for the garage to have the flooring, like that flooring. I think that kind of is cool. I don't want any flooring in there, honestly. And then for I have ideas. I also kind of need light. Okay. So we're gonna go to this tile. It is relatively expensive, which I don't love. But we're gonna take this and basically drag to the tile. So that means it can have like the tiled look that we want there. I think that that's gonna make it look just a little bit nicer than like the roof here does. And I do like that detail. I think it is. What did I do? Wait, tell me what I did to the wall. Why is the wall okay, the wall's back to normal. I figured it out. I think that the blue is just very fun in this instance. Okay. So holding shift apparently makes the walls mad at me, I think. Okay. So I'm relatively happy with that. For the kitchen, I did plan for there to be a half wall. But I'm kinda... I want to control F. So we can have that kind of like diagonal there. I think that would look very nice. Because then for the floor, I should just be able to use the carpet and then take the wood that we've decided that we like, right? And then just decide to make it a little bit nicer of a not blue wood. So I'm thinking that like for the inside of the house, I want to keep the contrast on the blues the same. And then basically go for like a woodish. Like, actually, idea. This might be horrible, but hear me out. What if, for the color palette? Okay, we'll definitely need to do some muting. But if we take the red, make it a little bit more orange. No, I'm not on the right thing. Okay, my bad. I go to the beautiful wood. And my first thing is, what if I just, like, darken the red? If I darken the red, it's not going to give me, like, the look that I want. So I think instead I keep it, like, in the orange-red range, but also neutralize it and make that like, again, I do just kind of want that like undertone of like the red. Then we go here and we make it a little bit less neutral of a brown. We also lighten it like that. I don't hate that. I don't hate that wood. I want to see how it looks on the outside of the house. I think is there a way that I can match it with here? I think the wood looks decent. I kind of like this. So I'm gonna spin it like so. Right. I think this looks very good. And then we can do the Control F to make Control F to have that match along there. So we could always see, we could go for like the wood planks. I'm gonna go out of Control F. I'd be okay with these, like, actually I'd kind of be okay with these $0 wood planks. And you can change their style. Perfect. So if I like go into that. Hi. Hi, what's going on? No, we don't want to change the window. Hi, create a style. I understand you're having a day. I understand that happens. We're gonna go here. We're gonna drag to the floor. Okay, we have so little money left, and that does concern me. Because I do want this to be under 20K. But I feel like I like how that looks, and I like the texture that it adds. So I'm gonna go with that. With that there. And then with the rooms, I am going to go for like the general. I like doing like a corduroy carpet, if that makes sense. So again, I'm happy to go with the cheapest and then go to create a style and choose like the carpet that has like, I want like the way I have to like describe it in my head is that it's like a waffle. I don't see any like waffle showing up here, which makes me sad. I'm just gonna go for the blue and then like make it white. And I think that looks, make it pure white. And I like how that looks. Right? Though it could, I'm gonna make it not so perfect. Make it like a little bit, actually give like a little bit of a blue tint to it, might be fun. Right? Actually, what if we take this color, we drag in, and then I just make it the lightest option and kind of desaturate it. I'm kind of interested to see how that would look. So we're gonna make it the lightest color I possibly can, and also move up the like desaturate it. Okay. What color are you? That registers as a white to me. It's a little bit more blue than I would like. Again, I just kind of want that like undertone of blue. Yeah, that's kind of more what I'm looking for, I think. So that means we can put that in the bedrooms. And maybe darken it a little bit. Is just like a little bit, just like so light. So I'm gonna darken it just a little bit. And that is too blue now. Okay, I'm happy with where the color is, I think. So then we have the walls for another expense. For the walls, I'm gonna do this is by 5, this is 4. I'm gonna do the cheapest wall coloring on the insides of the rooms, right? And then bathrooms, I feel like are also, bathrooms I'm kind of interested in using the stucco from the outside, which I cannot see any color in one of them, but I am in theory gonna make it the stucco from the outside. And then that means color-wise for the bedrooms, I don't know what I want to do. Also, I just want the pure stucco, not the not the brick one. My bad. My bad. For the garage, I do want to use the brick. Because I do think that that does, like, elevate it. Or the stone. And then... For the kitchen, I also wouldn't mind, like, using the stucco, I don't think. I kind of think that that looks like fun. If that's the word I'm looking for. I do want to see what tile options we have for the kitchen. Don't think the tiles are not calling to me. But for the paints, I do have an idea for. So the paint, I would like to use this blue that we made. Actually, that's a great point. I'm going to change what trim this is to the wood that we've decided to use. Right? The paint is not going to be the paint texture. I'm going to make it a mix. Right? And I am going to take the, like, white color that we made and apply it to the trim here. Right? And we can see the autofilled option was a blue, which is not great. If I just put, like, pure white... I kinda... Ugh, I don't know. I'm gonna go here, and with this, then I go to, like, the pure white option. Then I go here. This was the original blue. I feel like you could probably darken the blue to, like, there-ish. And it doesn't look so out of place. But I do also feel like just using the neutral kind of, like, makes more sense in this aspect. Of course, I do have to decide what color I want the room to be. Because I don't like pure white walls, personally. Right? So... I'm kind of interested in, like, just dragging the stucco color in to be a wall color. But then it is, like, it just needs to be moved so it's more orangey. It's like that is more my perceived eyesight of what the, like, stucco color is. Right? It still could be, like, a little bit more coral, I think. And then I'm just going to, like, desaturate, I think. I think that is my goal there. I think desaturating. I think that looks relatively decent. And, like, I'm just gonna make the whole house this currently. And then I'm just gonna quickly draw to outside. And maybe I'm gonna make the living room a more interesting color. Right? Because that is kind of... Or I could make... One idea. I could make the living room like a blue. I don't hate that, like, concept. But then the thing is, you know, if I do that, it's going against blue trim, which I don't love. So what if we use the blue like in the hallway, right? Oh yeah, that looks fine. I actually like this kind of situation here because you can tell that it is like a little bit hinted blue, but it's like not too much. So I'm gonna make this hallway this kind of like neutral-ish color of the kind of like white bluish. And then here I think that like that would honestly be fine. And then I do want the living room to be a little bit more strongly saturated. So I'm gonna move it more towards like the coral or like the red orange that I'm looking for. I think that's as close as I'm gonna get right now. And then we can have this kind of more like neutrally be the living room, which I'm happy with. And we do have to fix up the outside. And then we can have like those three colors there, which I think is actually, I don't think that's too bad. I would more, or actually, what if, this is the question of what if I made this, I don't mind that. I don't mind this kind of like split there. But then I do want to keep this high, that color for reference. I don't mind that. And then my thought process here is what if we just make this like with no trim, and we just make it kind of like a blank wall there. And like, I don't hate that. I think that kind of looks fine. We can have it match like over here. Then like the master, I think would have the blue. Is kind of what I'm picturing. Right? Or we could do this. We'd do like this has the blue. Then let me just see. I like this kind of like situation here for our walls and everything. I think that looks relatively decent. And then we have, I don't think I can get this to just 20K, but I'm thinking we can keep it like under 30K. And that is my plan. So I'm going to go to Edit Town and save real quick. And then from there, we're gonna go ahead and start furnishing. So just building this house, we might not be able to get Dietrich and Lauren married this episode or even build their house, but at least we are going to move out Rebecca and Victor along with their child Henry. So one thing is with this house, should I do terrain painting? So it has like a little bit to it. And then also, I don't want to add a column here, even though I feel like we could. Because I feel like it kind of just registers as an awning, and that works for me. So, furniture is where I'm at right now. And we only have give myself 10K, ideally less, to furnish. So we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna use the cheapest countertops because that is kind of the best option here. So I like the idea of keeping this like a wood, and then the top, I'm actually kind of interested if I put the stucco on the top and I just make the stucco like a white. I'm kind of interested in how that will look. It's gonna be F all the way. Wrong tile, my bad, wrong item. You can go just F. And that just kind of looks like a dirty countertop. I don't love that. Then I am going to go to Rock and Stone and see if I can find... Oh, actually, I kind of like that. That goes for kind of like the vibe that I'm going for. And then I can make it like a little bit darker of a white. Actually, I kind of like that for our countertop options here. Again, this is my thing. If we splurge just a little bit to make the counter a little bit nicer, is it worth it to do the little extra splurge? I think long term, yes. But I do want the houses to be nice, even if they are a little bit more expensive. And it's not like a starter home here, necessarily. So it should be okay. So we're gonna build out our kitchen like that. This is a really big kitchen. I can make my kitchen smaller in the future for my reference. Then we're gonna place a sink. I'm just gonna do the cheapest sink that we have. And then, yeah, the kitchen is very large and I need to keep that in mind for the future. Then I would like to honestly throw those away as extras. Go here. Again, cheapest fridge. I'm not worried about necessarily correcting the colors or anything right now. Then these are the middle two counters. I would choose to do that over any other option. But that's also a question of, should I do this here? Because that would kind of be cool for seating wise. You just place these and see how it looks. Hi, can you be facing the right direction? And then we need that there. Then also, I don't mind that. How much more expensive? You're 120. It's only $5 more expensive. I don't think that will kill me. Let me put that there. And then we make sense for this to be in a situation of like, I need to sell some countertops so I can figure things out. So I do kind of want it to start here for the like kitchen, if that makes sense. So we can put like a trash can there. And then we can sell one of those. I think we need to keep that then. And then, because we also kind of got rid of my space that I had planned for the living room, for like the dining room. So I feel like having seating there wouldn't be too bad. But then my thing is, I kind of want to make space for like a like how I would like to plan space for it to be like this. So that means then we can go put the cheapest stove here. And I think that that looks relatively decent. But then the thing is, I want to like grid off placement, have these ideally like lined up, which doesn't really work for the vision here. I feel like the easiest way that doesn't work either. Let's be very honest. I think that rather than having the seating there, or see, the thing is, we could just have the classic like fridge, space, and then stove along there, and then go ahead and have like the seating element there, which would make it a little bit fancier. It would also like make me happy. Right? We just need it to be like lined up. Because I don't want it there. I want it like, if I put another counter, will that help me with the vision? Because like I want it so it's not on the hardwood. Or actually, like, this is where the problem I'm coming at is. Of like, I want it to be, it's not, I need to kind of alt it. Let me see if I can get it aligned to where I want. And then we'll go from there. Because like if I alt and put my counter like there, like this is essentially where I want it to be. Then I should be able to just kind of like click in. And then this should be fine. Of course, it would be like nice if I was really nice and did move objects on. We could, it still doesn't look good. And already with just the kitchen, we are past the limit that I sent. Okay. Don't love that. Great. So if I instead delete that and instead move things like so and make it like an L-shaped kitchen here, and maybe two, if we did that and then we added the trash can, we're going to change the color of the trash can for my sanity. We can have it still like be a metal, but I just like want it to be lighter, right? So we can have the beautiful trash can, and then we can have like seating here in the like kind of in the kitchen-ish. And ideally I do want to also place alarms. And also turn off, move objects on. I'm gonna place the alarm kind of like hidden in there. I think that kind of makes sense to me. But we can go ahead and switch to dining room. And like the cheapest, biggest table is this one. There's also, I kind of like that table more. I'm gonna splurge on it just a little bit, so I can have this nice, beautiful table. And then, or actually, I'm going to use this wood that we have. There. Just so I can get the color right. Because I think having the white table will stand out nicely. And then chairs. I want like these chairs are the cheapest and they work, so I will take them. The pattern works there beautifully. And then we'll just copy the chairs around the table. So I think I would like to have it positioned like there. I think that works for the dining room. And then for the living room, I would actually... I'm trying to think how that would be positioned. Because if we want a wall, this is like the blank wall. But I also feel like you could come in. We're gonna use the cheapest couch. I kind of want it positioned, yeah, kind of like here. I think that works. With then, if I do a half seat, we could actually kind of more space. We can do that. And then the TV. I'm gonna do the slightly more expensive one. And we can position there. Or we can also flip like this. Like, we could put that there. See, if that's just flat up against a wall, it doesn't look right. So instead, I'm like tempted to space like this and then throw in like this chair kind of here so it's like towards the wall. Right? And we can have this like situated there. We can also like kind of slightly turn this also outwards and have it like still kind of be stuck to the grid. I'm okay with that. I kind of like that. And then for the geometric pattern, I'm trying to think. I would like the idea of staying with a geometric pattern. I kind of like that situation. And then I'm gonna pull our blue in to be like the color reference, right? And then we can also drag the wood that we want to be at the bottom there. I think that will look great. Then high. Then use like one of these like light blues to be the trim. Because I always just think that kind of like looks fun. And that works for this kind of like living area, which is already more expensive than I want it to be. Papooey. Okay. Along with, I would love if they could have a theoretical car. I don't know. Okay. Bathrooms. I already know in theory how this one needs to be laid out. So we're gonna have that there. And then we need just regular sink. Or we're gonna have sink, and then we're going to have the cheapest toilet. And then can I fit? I cannot fit a toddler toilet in here. So that will just have to be the way that it is. We're gonna choose the cheapest mirror. And then find our wood and drag it in. Works beautifully. And we're gonna do another like very similar layout for, sorry, we're gonna do another very similar kind of situation for this bathroom here. The master bath. Though we do have like at least a little bit more space. I'm trying to... I would like... So we can have this there. This situated here. And then we can kind of have like this in the middle. With a mirror. Centered on it. So that works for the two bathrooms. And wouldn't, I honestly think it would be fine to like have like position it like this and have the toddler toilet in there. I think that that works like pretty okay. So yeah. And then bedrooms, currently the only expense that we can afford is this. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna drag these colors and see what applies to where and how I can rearrange to fix. Beautiful. And that's all the bedrooms I'm thinking are capable of getting for right now. Right. There's just like not the space to decorate them more. Though for the kids' bedroom, we do need the kids always get a little bit more, at least from me, because it's nice to kind of like pop in their little like playthings in here. Right? So I can actually put this in the corner more. This, I like having a little bit on an angle. And then we can kind of like pop this in the middle there. And I'd position, again, I do kind of like this positioning more. Right? I do like having that space there. Though I do want to add a couple more cribs. Just like consideration wise. To make sure that they can have more kids and like have that work out in this household. So we can like throw a crib in there. We can also like throw a crib in there. And obviously you could decorate the household more. That would be great, but this is gonna have to work for now with the bedrooms. And I do want them to get I'm gonna give them like the cheapest car. And I am, for fun, I'm gonna make it the red color. Because I just like it, honestly. I think it stands out very nice with like the sloppy jalopy. I think that looks pretty cool. And then, so we have bathrooms, we have the bedrooms, we have the kitchen. The only thing that I am forgetting that I like intentionally left space for was laundry. So we have the dryer and the washer that I'm just gonna plop in here. And then I am going to place the hampers also in any room that could potentially need one. Right. So I don't think it can fit in that bathroom, but this is like the auto collect hamper. So hopefully we are good in terms of like that, right? But the hampers will be in the bedrooms, and this is still more expensive than I would like. Okay. That is good for future reference, because I think that we can like shrink down the sides of the house. At least like this side over here, and I think it would still basically be fine. So yeah, is there anything that I can do? If I want to make the house cheaper, I can switch the countertops. So I am going to do that right now. I can also change the TV. And also, since it is like in the cheap district, I could also go ahead and get rid of the alarms. That could make sense, right? I don't think it would like kill us, because I feel like the alarms increase the cost by a bit. So that lowers the house a little bit. And then let's get rid of the alarms, because this is the cheap part of town. And then babies actually don't need any entertainments. They'll be fine, right? The babies don't need their little like swing, which would also be nice if we could like place another, we're gonna place another crib. And then because of that, I'm actually gonna get rid of the 2 other cribs, since there's like 2 in here. And since there's 2 in here, I'm gonna position them so they're like across from each other, because that's cute, along with the laundry and the walking. So that works there. Then we can actually get the cheapest TV, and that will reduce cost. Along with, we can sell 2 of these chairs. We already have everything the cheapest in the kitchen. Everything is the cheapest there. When we start to get to aesthetics, I don't want to like change the outside of the house so it's cheaper. I will be honest there, because I do think it is like very pretty, right? But maybe I do want there to be a trash can. That does seem important. It will reduce... Oh, we're transitioning back. It will reduce some cost if we don't... Hi. It will reduce a little bit of cost if we just make this, like, this room the basic one. We could also make that. I don't think it looks as good though. These walls are as cheap as they can be. I mean, we could make this a little bit cheaper. We could also... I can use the cheapest dining room table. Right, that does also save some cost. So we'll do that. Right. And then also with the living room, we can probably get rid of at least one of these. So like we could get rid of that chair and maybe like have these angled a bit more, like so. If we could just get this down to 35, I would be very happy. But I also don't know if there's anything else that like we could sell. So that's where my difficulty is coming up. Right. That's the wrong direction. So that means I'll go here. Hi, mailbox. I know. I don't think that this is the mailbox. I do fear. Yeah, mailbox is having some technical difficulties. We'll be right back. Okay, we figured it out. And I do want it to be the wood. We're going to make it the wood that I've chosen, that I like. And we'll make it that, like, pure white. The nice details. That looks good. For the hampers, maybe... the hampers aren't even that expensive. Again, I do like keeping the mirrors. Don't technically need access to the car, but that seems like important to have. Could we get rid of some like windows? Because if we got rid of these windows and like replaced them with like I'm thinking here we replace with that, and then we replace with that. That would technically save us some cost. Then I want to keep the washer and dryer, but we should also like customize them, I think. So I'm going to quickly drag that because I think it'll look nice. Yeah. Oh, that looks really cool. Okay, I like that. What is... I don't know if there's anything that, like, anything else I can, like, cut cost on right now. Because having the toddler toilet, at least, like, to me, seems important. So I don't want to necessarily, like, get rid of that. I don't want to get rid of the mirrors. We could, of course, like, in the kids' room, just, like, make it so, like, they don't have any toys there. But that doesn't even get us, like, under... That doesn't cut us down by, like, 1,000 or anything. So I don't really know if it's even worth it. The house is more expensive than I'd like. It's already, like, unfurnished, the 30. But I'm okay with its cost currently. It is unfortunately more expensive, but I think that it's all right. I can't do anything fun to the ceiling then because that cost money. We could, if I deleted all of this, would that... See, the thing is that I can, and it technically will save us money, but it also annoys me to like have that open. So I don't think that's worth it. Instead, I think that this is just like the cheapest that we can get the house. I'm gonna go to terrain paints though and kind of see if I can like, I would like to get at least this in here. I think that that would be nice. And then probably also like this here. I think that that would be pretty decent with the terrain paints. Though we could probably do erasing on the side here so it's a little bit smaller. I think. At least the terrain paint gives it like a little bit more class, which makes me happy, right? I will take that little bit more class. Then maybe I'm gonna turn... No, we can have the mailbox just like resting here. I think that works. And then again, if I... That is not what I... If I delete walls, that does not give me any more money. Though I am annoyed that this, for some reason, is painted. It's fine. But at least the wall, the like upper portions seem to be all painted properly. Which is good. I'm gonna take this and like hide it in here. I think that that works well. Or it's gonna work better like flat against a wall. So I'll put it flat like that. Again, I think the problem is just that the house was accidentally too big. And that is my bad. Of course, we could get rid of the car and that would save some cost. I don't know. I'm happy of where the house is and we need lights. I'm gonna go to edit town really quickly and save. And then I'm gonna pop in some debug lights so we can like actually see everything properly first off. But also, hopefully, I know that sometimes going to exit town can decrease the cost a little bit. So that is my plan there. Right? Going back in, yeah, just popping out for a second decreased the cost by like a lot. Wait, that decreased it by like that decreased it by like 7,000. Okay. So I'm gonna go to buy debug, if I can spell it correctly. So we already have the cheats in. Then I like doing wall lighting personally, because I think that it makes screenshots look better. And like, even though I have no plans to play in this house, you know, it's still nice to like make sure it looks good, right? So that's kind of my evil plan there. And I am just gonna make it night while I'm doing the lighting, because I want there to be enough lights, but I also don't want it to be like the amount of lights where it's blindingly bright, which I do have a habit of doing, unfortunately. Okay. For here, the center is around there. Put one in the center of the kitchen. And then still have some more like rather big spaces with limited windows, which is what I'm going to put like these lights in for, because these are the 2x2 lights, so they are like rather big. For the smaller spaces, I'm just gonna come back and place like 1x1 wall lights. That is my plan there. Honestly, I think that if I like do that, that room's basically fully illuminated. And then I'm trying to think about, I'm gonna put this light here. And that should work. I'm also going to put a light here. And then we'll need, I'm gonna take that light away, and we can put like a small light in here, which I think will be nice, and then we can put like a big light along this wall, and that basically like illuminates everything. Going back to our smaller light, I'm going to kind of put one in like this. I'm gonna put one over like the sink area basically. I think that's nice. And then I'm gonna put one in the middle here. And then one on the side here. And then this bathroom needs a light to point back towards this wall. So I'm just gonna place it by the mirror. So if for whatever reason I want to see my Sims well, they're gonna be well lit. And then in here, we can place the 1x1. And then over here, we can also place, actually, I'm gonna put it on this side. I think that'll be fun. And then that hallway is basically illuminated. So the one thing I would have left is I'm just gonna put a 2x2 honestly over this bed. And then that just kind of like illuminates evenly everything. So that actually means that the house is roughly the cost that I want it to be. I'm very happy with that. Okay, let's go. And when we go back to light mode, yeah. Everything looks good. So that is, again, one of the benefits. With The Sims 3, you can pop out and it will help a little bit. So I want to name the house. So I'm going to name it 3. The description is 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom, right? That's what it has. And then what do I want to name the lot? Because I would like to have like lot names, since I think that that will help me in terms of things. I'm trying, it's okay, there's an orange and blue-green bird that I would love to know the name of. I have found that there's also plants. But I'm gonna name it after the orange and blue bird, the Eastern Bluebird. So, Eastern Blue Bird. Or, yeah, that works for me, the Eastern Bluebird. And I'm just gonna call it the Eastern Bluebird. That works for me. So it is the name of a house, and at least it is named. So I'm going to just continue, because I think I saved a little bit rather quickly before. So now we're back to the household that we're hoping to move out. So I'm gonna have Miss Rebecca stop what she's doing. And then she is going to real estate and travel, and she's going to move within this neighborhood. You know, she just gave birth. She has a child named Henry now. They're going to be moving out to make their way in the big world, right? And that's going to be great, and it's going to be fun for them. Perfect. So I'm going to have them be the Bright household, because I would like that to be their name. Because I also think that's more fun. And then we're going to give them a house. We're going to let them have this house. It's only 30K, which is more than I wanted, but it is relatively cheap in terms of the houses I've been building. And that works for me. So we're going to have those, we're going to have them move out now. Perfect. I'm very happy about that. Perfect. So, and when they're leaving, I can go, it'll be fine. I'll let them figure out their, like, marriage and everything and last names. I do want to go to Master Controller and just, like, make sure the baby has last name Bright. Just because I think Bright is a fun last name. Right. And then Rebecca is she's gonna be chilling on her own. So we're gonna let them figure it out. But that means that they are out of the household, which I think is really exciting. And I'm also going to mark that this house here has been built. So we're gonna say it's built on 20 by 20. I might rebuild the original, like, floor plan I was referencing somewhere else in the world, but that is okay, because we did just build them a house from a floor plan that I drew. I don't know how much you can see though. Perfect. So from there, we still have 40K to basically, like, make our own house that, like, we're thinking of here. Right? I do kind of just want to break from building, though. And I also don't know how I picture I want their house to look. But I also want Dutry and Lauren to get married. Okay. And I do want them to have a party about it, too. Then I'm trying to figure out a plan here. Okay. I think okay. So my current, I'm trying to figure out a plan of moving Sims in and moving Sims out, along with marriage and everything. Because Dietrich could die, like, at any second, in theory. So we could completely, like, forget any of the people that she knows. But it's also very hopeful that she knows people, because it has kind of, like, populated our town so far. Right? And so my thought process is that I want to move in. I'm thinking Lydia and Margot. So since they're both gay and we can get them partnered up, I think that is my current plan. So we're gonna have Miss Dietrich. She's closer friends with Lydia. So we're going to invite over Lydia. And then who befriended Margot? It was Victor who befriended Margot. Okay. So that means we'll have to have someone else try to do it, and they'll be okay. So Lydia's coming over. We're going to socialize with her. That should hopefully still increase our charisma skill. And then we can, like, have her move in and everything. And actually, once we befriend Margot, we should have 10 friends, which would be very good for Dietrich. Then we'll just have to get her acquaintances, which hopefully won't be too hard. So we're gonna ask our friend about her day. We're gonna talk about our fire, talk about our family, enthuse about the outdoors. We can applaud her for her hard work, coo over children. We're gonna see how that works and everything. And she hates the outdoors. Oh, don't enthuse about nature. Don't enthuse about the outdoors. Don't do that. That's gonna go bad for us. Please don't do that. Instead, just chill. You're talking about the children. Wonderful. We're so happy for that. So that means... Actually, we can move in Lydia and then have her befriend Margot. And then we can ask... That's how we'll do that. That's my plan. So we just need to get to a point where we can ask to move in, which we just got to. Which is perfect. And since the child was born, do we know the child? Do we interact with the child enough? We did interact with the child, I do want to say. So in my opinion, that should, in theory, increase our amount of relationships. Okay, so that's going to be our household here. Beautiful. And Miss Dietrich still only knows 22 people, even though a child was born that she knows. Like, Henry was born. We know him. In theory, that should increase, but no. From that, Miss Lydia, she hates nature. Perfect. What else? She's a workaholic. She's flirty. She's a loser, and she is evil. Well, since you're a workaholic and there's only one place where you can work, let's have you get a job, Miss Lydia. So you can join the Peterin religion career. I'm going to save now that she's moved in, so we can at least have that, like, taken care of, right? Then she can either work at the mausoleum or join the religion. So I'm gonna join the religion because I haven't done that before, and that seems interesting. Get a part-time job or get a full-time job. We're gonna get a full-time job. And then, yeah. So the group is gonna break up. And then Miss Dietrich, you could paint, or you could continue working on your charisma, which is, like, what's kind of most important for us. And Elmore's carpool is coming in 1 hour. So his needs are, like, basically good, except for hunger. So I'm gonna have him eat some of his leftover goopy carbonara. And that should be, like, that should be alright for us, you know? Okay. So it is already 6 p.m., which is kind of when we were planning to leave off. I also feel like we did so much building. I only took 1 break. I think that I might extend to go to 7. So we can get, like, Lydia and Margot situated. And just play, like, at least 1 more day. Right? So we have the Peterin religion. Right? We'll accept the career because it allows you to have a job and you want to work from home immediately. I believe that gives us money, so I'll let you do it. So you need to be there on Sunday, which is cool. We can absolutely do that. And then, since Miss Lydia is out on the town, I'm gonna have Dietrich look for rocks and gems. And then we have one over here, which we're gonna send. I'm basically gonna have Miss Lydia look for rocks and gems, like, on her way home. And that's going to work for me. Because we need someone to, like, collect them, ideally. And, I mean, technically, Dietrich needs to focus on her charisma skill. I need her to master it. I want her to complete her lifetime wish, you know? Call me evil for that. That I want her to succeed. And then, okay, I know that there are gems in there, but I just can't reach them. Okay, that's fine. Then, getting that. So Miss Lydia can then collect this gem. And then we have these two over here. Perfect. I'm not going to go all the way out of town because I can quickly see that one. Then I am going to swing us here. I think that that's beneficial. And we have 3 here to get. So I'm gonna run to this one. And then we should be... Damn you for flying. Why do you do this to me? Okay. So Lydia's getting that one, and then I want her to get this one and then go to that one. I love it when I just struggle to control the game. It makes me so happy. Oh, and Miss Lydia does hate the outdoors, so I am kind of like torturing her to do this. I swore there was like a gem left here. Oh, Miss Graciela collected it. Of course she did. And then we want to learn the logic skill. We can do that for Miss Lydia. Absolutely. But we're going to have her collect all those gems, even though it's going to be torturous for her. And then when she's done, she can come home. Right. There's no houses. We're aware. Victor, I think, probably got, like, a reputation for something. I did not pay enough attention. Elmore is at work, which is great. I forgot about that, but he can take care of himself. We're going to sell everything that he caught. And then our garden is still taken care of. We sold that this morning, which is great. Right. Then Lauren is still fishing, so I'm not going to be worried about him yet. See, Lauren does want to become friends with Margot. So I'm going to send him to the home lot and have him actually, like, invite over Margot, since he wants to befriend her anyway. So let's, like, accomplish his wish while trying to move her in. That's only if she decides to, like, come over and she says sure. Sorry, I don't feel like coming over right now. That's what I expected. So because of that, his needs are basically good. He just needs to eat. So I'm going to have him eat leftovers. And then he can take care of his child, who needs socialization. Okay. So he then needs to basically, like, kind of interact with Ginger. Right? That means kind of before he eats, I'm going to have him pick up Ginger. So that means he can get her started on, like, potty training. And then he can, like, come back to take care of, he can, like, eat, and then he can interact with her. That seems like the most effective way to deal with it. So then put Ginger down here. So means Ginger can use the potty share herself. And then we can do the bladder and hunger by interacting with Lauren, which works perfectly. So then you will eat your goopy carbonara. Wonderful plan. Miss Dietrich is still working on her charisma. Once she has her charisma, she will use the restroom. And then her needs are also kind of good, basically. So that's nice. I think again I am going to kind of be striving for an early night for them, so we can just get to the next day, and hopefully, like, move in Margot and have her and Lydia, like, couple up. And one question, how old is Lydia? She's an adult currently. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. And then Elmore. It would be nice if Elmore like got to know more people in town. Because currently he just knows people that like he's related to. Basically. That's it. It's gonna be like his mom and his dad, his stepmother, his half sisters, his half brother. There's a half brother, of course there is. And then just like random guys we've tried to know. So it would be cool if... Actually, I want him to befriend Barbara. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's my plan. Does Miss Dietrich still know Barbara? Because we knew her when she was a child. Yes, we do know Barbara Newby. So I'm thinking maybe we have Elmore try to like befriend her. Right? Okay. And... Hi. Hi. Okay. Hi, Lauren. What's going on? Are you struggling to interact with your daughter? I see that. So your daughter kind of needs to make it out of the restroom first. Because then she'll be at like an easier place for you to like interact with her. But then you can like pick her up and play and like toss in air, like tickle, and not go here, and probably like talk to. And then you can also probably sit and feed Ginger at that point. And then hopefully her needs will be low enough that you can just like put her in crib and she'll be okay with that. And also, Lauren, I'm going to sell his fishing exploits. That works for us here. Miss Lydia, now that she is home, we can sell the book that she has, that special snowflake, along with her computer. She does not need that. And we can have her do the smelting and analyzation of like the rocks. The rest is like the gems we're gonna give to Dietrich, so she can give them to fancy cuts, which I believe increases their value. And now that Miss Lydia is home, she can work from home, and that should get her some money. So I'm going to have her work on that. And then we have the logic skill also that we can like try to have her learn. We'll sell the space rock, which is perfect. Once Miss Dietrich is done with her needs, she's going to... I'm gonna do the star cut. I think that's the best investment for when things like get to a level. Like I think the heart-shaped cut is spending more than you get back. So I'm gonna do the heart-shaped cut and see what that gets us, or the star cut, because hopefully that will be better, or at least like, or these gems are like really cheap. So maybe we just do like a relatively like cheap cut on them. So like this one is only worth like $23. So we'll give it the oval cut. These smoky quartz are only worth like $20 each. So we're only gonna do like the oval cut on each of them, I guess, because it's about $20 each. And then with this yellow sapphire, it's like $50, so we can get like the plumb bob cut, because it's just like a little bit more worth it, you know? Now Lydia wants to donate $100 to Undermine Charity. That's all you want to do? Okay, great. Okay, so once Lauren has fed Miss Ginger, he's going to put her in crib and probably help her to bed, and he can go to sleep himself, which will be good, and that works for me. And then we did just save a while ago, so I'm gonna wait until they're all in bed to save. I think that should work. That's my plan there. then once we have put little Miss Ginger in the crib, I have to wait at least a second longer so we can say help to sleep. Oh, and Barbara is officially an adult now. Congrats to her. So, I don't know. Maybe Elmore won't befriend her right now since she is already an adult. And he is very young. He is 11. He's 11 days until becoming an adult, so he has a while. Most of her, like, lifespan. But I'm kind of excited that she's an adult, which I believe also means Arnett is an adult. Because that means she can possibly, like, couple up with someone, and we can have, like, the second generation of our, like, the first generation of our town that, like, I did not personally command to, like, reproduce. Which I think would be very exciting. Elmore, once he gets home, he's probably just gonna go to bed. Right, Lydia, I'm happy to keep working because I believe that she just needed sleep too. So Elmore is going to get home. He's going to sleep. Lydia, she's doing okay, but then she's gonna come in and sleep. Miss Dietrich, she needs to eat and she's also very tired. So I guess that I'll just have her eat leftovers and then she can sleep and we can continue working on her charisma tomorrow. She has almost maxed it out. Does that mean she just needs to befriend one more person and know after that 2 more people in theory? Which is achievable. We should be able to do that. I'm just hoping that we can. Once Miss Dietrich is done eating, she's going to go to bed, which means Lydia's going to stop working and she's also going to go to bed. And hey, it did earn us some money, her working from home. So that actually works for me. Perfect. So now that everyone is in bed, I want to get Margot moved in and have those 2 like set up. I'm probably going to have to do an automatic like pollinate for them since I don't know if I have same-sex pregnancy enabled. But we'll get that kind of like set up. However, for right now, I'm going to quickly go on break and then I'll be back. Hello, hello. I am back. Thank you, Randomly Sammy, for raiding with a party of 3. Okay. So, we are back in the game. Perfect. I am going to get some water. I forgot to do my secret strategy of wait until it is fully morning. My bad. But that is okay. That works. So, today our goals are to basically befriend Margot. Have Lydia befriend Margot. Because Lydia literally wants to flirt. So that's perfect. That'll be great for us. I'm so content with that. Perfect. Oh, I'm so sorry. Why are you awake, Ginger? Seriously? Okay. You're gonna have to wait, though. I'm so sorry, Ginger. You're gonna have to sit in the dark for a little bit. Excuse me. Until, your dad's at least a little bit more full in energy. Then you need social, hunger, and hygiene. Okay. So that means Lauren's gonna wake up. He's going to talk to and tickle Miss Ginger. And then he can give her a bath. They're awake enough. So that works. He wants to go fishing. He's probably going to today anyways. And then her bladder is basically good. So once he's done with that, once we've given her a bath, we can play and then sit and feed. That's my plan there. Then Elmore is starting to get hungry. He's going to be fully rested rather soon. And we already have pancakes, so I don't necessarily want to make more currently. So I think that Elmore would just eat apple pancakes to take care of his hunger, since it is so low, and then he will help tend with the garden. So I'm gonna wait until at least 5. I mean, I don't know how long. I would like his energy to be mostly full. So then Lauren, did we not give her a full bath? I don't even know at this point. But I would like to at least put Ginger down. And then Lauren can eat. And then he'll probably put her in crib or something, you know? Lydia has carpool in 1 hour. Oh, that means she's not going to be here to meet Miss Margot. Oh, okay. Well, Miss Lydia needs to wake up and eat apple pancakes right now. And the rest of her needs are kind of okay. It would be nice if she could practice some chess. That'd probably be helpful long term. Love that sleep outfit. Very efficient. Very useful. Perfect. But we'll have that taken care of. for a second. We're gonna put down Ginger. So that means she can use the childish toilet by herself. Elmore, I'm actually gonna have him get up now since he's basically fully rested and eat leftovers, and then he can, like, you know, tend to the garden. Miss Dietrich, I'm gonna let her sleep for longer than when she wakes up. She can tend to the garden because I do want Elmore to have more of a chance of even, like, attempting to help. Like, I'd love for him to do, like, at least halfway, right? So once Lauren finishes eating, he should actually be able to give a bath to Ginger, ideally, and then, like, put her in crib and everything. Miss Lydia's needs still look kind of good, which is nice. We'll see how they are, like, later on, but currently they're okay, and we're gonna have her work a little bit on her fun before she does, like, go to work. And Victor has fishing skill level 2. Okay, Miss Lydia, you get to go to work. You need to increase your Preterist religion skill, and you also need to increase your religion skill. We'll see how that works out. Perfect. So we'll see how that works out. At least we have someone with, like, a traditional 5 to 9 job now, which is actually kind of cool. It's kind of exciting. Okay. And Elmore has improved his gardening to skill level 4, which is great. That's something. So Lauren's going to take care of Miss Ginger and her, like, hygiene need. Lauren is going to take care of Miss Ginger and her hygiene need. Perfect. And then he'll put her, like, in the playpen and be able to take care of his own needs from there. So that'll be perfect. Put her in the playpen, and then he needs to take care of his own restroom, and then he needs to take his own shower. And then it's Ginger's birthday. Let's go. We don't have a register, so we can't buy a cake. Though, maybe we could possibly try to, like, bake one with Elmore, actually. That's something to consider. I'd be okay with that. I'm gonna go to build mode. How much does it cost? It doesn't cost much. We can, like, put it in. We can actually, I kind of like it more if it was, like, positioned here. We'd have, like, Elmore work on baking. I'd be okay with that. And see if Elmore could, like, try to bake a cake. So there's the cake, and he could do birthday cake. Okay. I'm happy to have him try. So that means we can age her up sooner. But I do want people's needs to be taken care of. So, like, Lauren, once his needs are good, he's going to go fish. Miss Dietrich wants to talk to Elmore, which is a good point. They're still both working on the garden together. But I think if everything has been watered enough, then I think basically everything's been collected. So I'm gonna have Miss Dietrich just, like, throw away the, like, fully dead plants and have her start working on that. So that means Elmore can more focus on planting things. Also, thank you, Casual Hoy, for subscribing. For not subscribing, following. Whatever the Twitch word is. I'm so sorry. I think that the Twitch, it says following according to Twitch. It is a follower. My bad. We are doing the Nothing is Free challenge. And Elmore has finally improved his gardening skill to level 5, which is incredible. And now he can finally plant uncommon seeds, which makes me so happy. Okay. That means as we're taking care of the dead plants, I know that Dietrich just threw out one. And it was a flame fruit bush, which Miss Dietrich herself collected. And then we have bell pepper plant that we need to... I don't think Elmore's at advanced enough skill to plant those. But it's something. And I'm going to have Elmore work on his bathroom needs. Then once he's done that, he can work on the birthday cake. Because nothing that I think Elmore could even plant needs to be planted. So, yay. But Miss Dietrich is at least tending to the garden that we have. We have the other bell pepper that we need to plant. We did have a tree here, but we already have 4 lemons. I mean, fine. We'll go ahead. Hi, Elmore. Can you please plant the lemon? We'll have Elmore plant the lemon. I think that'll be fine. And then, you know, he can still work on the birthday cake. Because I do want the core 3, and then just once they die, I guess it'll be okay. Miss Dietrich, please don't go dumpster diving. You don't need to do that. But once she is done, she needs to take care of her own needs, which is perfect. And the plants are all taken care of, so that means we should be able to sell from here. If we could get up to 60k again, that would be great. But we'll see. So, once Miss Teacher has taken care of that, she needs to continue practicing her speech. Because if we continue practicing our speech, then we have the added benefit of... we do need to complete the, like, requirements. But we can do that after, like, it says, you have mastered the skill, basically. Hi, Casual Hoy. How are you? Perfect. So this works for me. And because Elmore is... So, Dietrich sold everything she has. Elmore needs to sell his items still, which takes up by a lot still, which is really nice. Oh my gosh. I am very happy with what we have been able to make. And with the money bags, that's pretty decent. Okay. So Elmore, if you can finish baking, that would be wonderful. I'm like, is that a birthday cake? No, he still has more decorating to do. Okay, that makes sense. I respect that. But the birthday cake, it's a handcrafted birthday cake. That's amazing. So that means... I'm gonna have us stop doing other things, and we're gonna be able to have, like, our first, like, official birthday, which is incredible. Don't play computer games, Elmore. I swear to God. Aw, and he says, I love the smell of fresh baked bread in the morning. Yeah, because you baked it. And there's more that you can bake, which is incredible. We can make sourdough. Lauren, get on this home lot to look at your daughter aging up. Register for the birthday party, please. Please, I beg you. Even if you don't, this is okay for right now. Lauren is not going to be joining the birthday party, it seems like.
Aw, Chobi Chobi.
That is not great.
Aw,
Okay.
drink soup?
He's instead cleaning up. Since you're not joining the birthday party, just continue to fish. Ideally, once you have taken care. Okay. So, as Miss Ma'am ages up, I need to remember to take screenshots. We're feeling so excited and so happy. Perfect. Oh my gosh. That is very exciting for them. Miss Dietrich, you need to eat, like, can't you eat the cake that we made? Isn't that kind of like the point? we made a cake. Shouldn't we be able to interact with it? I don't know. Call me crazy. I'm going to make you wait to eat the actual cake, Miss Dietrich. Though Elmore is having fun at the birthday party, which is nice. And he wants to toss Ginger in the air, which is not going to be possible anymore after today. But she is aging up. And so, with crawling in cribs behind her, Ginger has officially gotten on her own 2 feet and become a child. Ginger has a lot of school and homework ahead of her. Not actually, because we don't have that in this world yet. We don't have a school. But she studies hard and keeps her grades up. She'll be well on her way to success. Due to our excellent parenting, we can choose a skill or a trait for Ginger to develop. Comment in chat if you have any trait ideas for her. I don't. So I think that I would probably just randomize. But I do want to give that chance to anyone. We do just have base game right now. So any traits that are available for base game sims are our options. I don't know. I'm just gonna randomize. Easily impressed. We already have that trait, bestie. Grumpy. Girl, can you give us like a trait of like what you might like to do? Like, please? I'll take genius. I'll take genius as her trait. Because that means like she can be into space and I'll take that. Cause she can be a hacker. I'll accept that. I'll let her be a genius. And now that Miss Ginger is a genius, are we not? We are able to eat the birthday cake. Don't put away leftovers. Grab a slice, Miss Dietrich, since you are literally hungry. And then Elmore doesn't need to grab a slice. He's doing a-okay. So I would have him I'm trying to think. Does he have work today is actually a great question. He does. Perfect. Elmore's needs look like really good. So I'm rather happy. I kind of want Elmore to like... Oh, pie would be really cool. I can make pie. You can make life fruit pie. Do we have any life fruit in here? Yes, we do. Hi, Elmore. You have life fruit pie. Or is it just me? Like, we're not level... We don't have enough skill. Okay. I would love to make some, like, chocolate chip cookies. I think that would be fun. For him. Also for me. Put our life fruit, like, back in the fridge. You know. Miss Ginger. I'm waiting. I know that we need to, like, fix how they look. You're only a child for, like, 7 days. I'm probably going to forget, Miss Ma'am. But she looks relatively cute. And she is neurotic and a couch potato, which actually kind of gets along with what I was thinking for her. Oh, we can't hack as a child. Oh, no. Oh, no. I was planning to have her start learning hacking. Okay. That's so fun then. But she likes computer games. Fatima Nance? Huh? We have a new maid? It's not Margot? What do you mean? Wait. Where is Miss Margot? I know Dietrich knows her. So has she been like what? Margot is dead. No one remembers her. She has died. Margot died, I guess. Okay. Great. So sorry, I'm just in shock. Okay, Margot doesn't exist anymore. But we have Lydia in our household. And it would be nice if we could like pair her up with someone. Miss Ginger, well, I struggle to think. She's a couch potato and she's neurotic. I'm just trying. Is there anything that she can do on the computer right now that would give us money? I want to see enroll in school. I want to see how that works. Like, can she do digital school? I want to see that. She can't. Okay. Well, since she's a genius, that's a good point. She can practice chess if she liked. She can also go ahead and, like, fish, because that's a great way to, like, earn money currently as a child. Miss Dietrich. All of our plans have been ruined, because Margot apparently just doesn't exist anymore. So Lydia's doing intense prayer to improve her work performance, which I understand, but her performance is in the negative currently. So maybe we study the sacred text? We'll see how that goes. So I'll increase our religion skill, which should hopefully be helpful. Or like, can we just do like business as usual? Like anything so we're out of the red would be great. Miss Dietrich. Girl, I don't even know what to do, Miss Dietrich. I don't even know. Who... So... So we need to know Fatima's sexuality, and we also need to know Yadira's sexuality. Okay. So, once Fatima is done, we will ask her to hang out, and that works. So Miss Dietrich can, she can work on putting away leftovers. That works. She can... Is there anything else monotonous I can have her do to kill time? We can have her clean up. You know. And Elmore made cookies, which is incredible. It makes me very happy. Right. You can, you know, put away leftovers. And then... Elmore, he wants to learn the charisma skills, so maybe he can, like, practice speech for a little bit. You know? So Miss Fatima does have more to clean, at least. Elmore, you're absolutely going to be able to practice speech. Don't lie to me. Dietrich, I do kind of just need you to wait for Fatima. You can try to help out by, like, recycling. I'll try to, like, reduce her workload. She looks done, so stop and ask her to hang out. To make sure that she doesn't, like, decide to leave is very important. I can also, like, drag this to the trash, no problem. And we do have mail to get. I didn't pay attention to when Yadira was here. That's my bad. Okay. That's okay. Hi, Miss Dietrich. We're figuring it out. We're gonna ask to hang out. And we need to know her sexuality. Right. Say hi. Wait, no, I asked you if you wanted to hang out. And you said yes. What the what the hell? Okay. You know what? It's fine. We'll invite over Yadira, right? Who I don't believe I have her sexuality, like, in my notes. Right? So Yadira's gonna be coming over in a little while, which is perfect. I'm okay with that. I am going insane. Don't paint. Okay, Yadira is here. We're going to get to know her and not get to know twice. We're going to get to know a singular time. We're going to chat. We're going to ask about her age. We're going to ask about gender preference because that's, like, really important. Please, gay or bisexual, I beg of you, Yadira. Please. Please. Right? We can ask her sign and ask if she's single and do a basic chat and talk about family. Yadira is neat. I'm also just going to save where we are as we work on this. So I remember for my sanity. Come on. They ruined my plans. I'm so mad. I'm genuinely so mad. On Yadira, I need you. I need you. Actually, don't ask about age. Just go straight to asking about gender preference. We can ask about age later. We can still become friends with her because that will help us in our friendship requirement. But, like, damn, I'm so mad. It's fine. It's fine. That's infuriating, but it's fine. There's no one I can fight about it that Margot just, like, Yadira is straight. Okay. Well, we have some men that we can pair her up with. But, we are currently in the market for, not that. So, yeah, but we're friends now. So that's great. We can express fondness. Give her a friendly hug, I guess. And then ask her to leave, please. Then I know that you want to master the charisma skill. We're not gonna be. We might be able to catch a death fish. A vampire fish we've already caught, so I'm not worried about it. Okay. So then we could also try to get to know Fatima and know Fatima's sexuality. And see if she is possibly attracted to women. We'll see how that goes. We'll have to see how that goes, though. So, yeah. Okay, I'm not frustrated, and it is fine. I just I desperately want us to hopefully like get like populate our town more because that's fun. Yes, we need more relationships. I'm aware. We're working on it. Okay, at least she had fun with us. And it was totally a legendary interaction. Great. We're gonna invite over Fatima because she left before we could get to know her, which is really annoying. And we're gonna call her and see. Hopefully, she doesn't feel like coming over right now. Okay, Fatima, can we chat on the phone? Can I get to know you that way? Perfect. I'm also gonna call this Tyson guy and this Derek guy. Well, I don't even know how we know them. But they exist, and we would, in theory, possibly try to like set them up with someone eventually. So we're gonna call them for that and be thinking about that. So that means Lydia is having a horrible time at work, while also decreasing her work performance. Good job, Lydia. Good job. Good job. Do business as usual. Let's see if that helps. And Lydia's coworkers spent a surprise birthday party for the boss at work today, but Lydia ruined the surprise by accidentally slipping and telling the boss about it. Now everyone is peeved at her. So basically everyone hates Lydia. Cool. Seems like she's gonna be fired, honestly, which worries me. Okay. We're chatting to Fatima on the phone. Maybe we'll see if that ups our relationship enough that we can like ask her to come over. We'll see though. And Elmore actually wants to invite a sim over. Do you know anyone? No. Okay. Well, Barbara's not home. See, I would love for... Is Desmond? I thought Desmond is currently a teen. And he is, in theory, home. So maybe... Wait, Elmore has work. Never mind, there's no point in sending him anywhere because he has work anyways. Great. That's not frustrating whatsoever. I believe he has work anyways. Yeah, Elmore does have work. So he's doing okay. I would love him to use the restroom. And then he can have the chocolate chip cookies that he made. I think that would be nice. And he needs to improve his font, so don't watch the chess match. You can play the chess match. And after talking to Yadira on the phone, and not Yadira, I mean Fatima on the phone, makes a little bit closer. Not really, not at all. Okay. Okay, well, Graciela is still in town, and she is queer and needs a partner. So what if Lydia tries to get with Graciela? I don't know. I don't love that option because I do want to move more people like into our town. That is kind of my goal here. So I'm kind of like unsure what my ideal would be. Right? And Ginger has improved her logic skill to level 4, which is incredible. Lydia is on her way home and she is miserable. I mean, Elmore then, instead of fishing, I'm going to have you. Instead of playing chess, I'm going to have him fish. So Lydia can come home and do what she's more interested in and play chess, because that will also like increase her fun, but it's also something that she wanted to learn anyways. So let's get her on the home a lot, and then she's gonna play chess. Dietrich is still trying to get to know people. I say, I say once we're done calling, like, Derek, I do want to try to invite over Fatima again and see how that goes. We just need to know your sexuality, girl. Want to come over? Yes. Let's go. Success. Elmore's carpool's coming in about an hour. I am aware. Dietrich, don't paint. I swear to God. Fatima is here. Hi, let's do a greet. We can, right? Say hi, Fatima. How are you? Just want to welcome you to the neighborhood. We need to get to know you. You know, we can chat. We can also, ask sign and ask gender preference and ask if single, which I know already, but you know, just in case. We don't want to ask about age because that feels a little bit too early. We can gossip and enthuse about the outdoors. And we can also go ahead and coo over children. Right? We can tell a story. We're going to know yours. We're going to befriend her, whether or not we know her sexuality. And we should have more friends than people that we know. We need to know 3 more people. That's my thing before we can master the charisma skill. Which, if we could get Fatima moved into our town, that would do something, you know? But we'll see. Fatima is an Aquarius. Let's go. Which maybe is compatible with Lydia. I don't know off the top of my head anymore. What is your... Fatima is straight. Fatima Nance is straight. You can't even be bisexual. You're straight. Of course. So that means Lydia? So Lydia's doing better. And the only queer woman that we know in town is Graciela. So, we're gonna try. We're gonna get to know Graciela for Lydia and pursue a potential romance. So go visit the newbie household. All right. But hey, at least we have more options. Oh, go to work. Go to work, Elmore. We can still get to know Fatima, like, a little bit better, I guess. You know, like, ask her age. Ask about how her day's been. Classic things like that. But that's fine. So we can pair someone up with Kyle. We could probably pair someone up with Glenn. And so we have this Derek guy and this Tyson guy that we can get to know. So that's cool, I guess. So after we ask about Day, we can friendly hug Fatima and ask to leave and then get mail. And then Lydia is at the newbie household, I assume. Hi. There's no one at the newbie household. I'm going to scream. I knew someone was here. Where did they go? Where did they run away to? Oh my god. I'm mad. I'm so mad. We had a gay pairing and the game said, no, let me destroy that. Okay. So I want to see something. If I go to like master controller and I go to like the pollinate, like, and I go to like a female. There's people who are attracted to females. I don't know, but if I go to pollinate, I just like look at everyone in our town that registers. There's so little people. There's so little. That's the problem. Okay. This is very funny to me because we can like sort by age and we can see how like young Henry is. We can also like see how old Graciela is, right? I'm just annoyed. We're already in the populate and we're trying to know Graciela. What if we got pregnant before we knew Graciela, before we were officially in town? I don't know. We'll see if it sticks. I don't know. But okay. I'm trying to do something and they're just like, "No. Wait. Wait, they're here. Okay, run. Do a friendly introduction. Get to know them. We found where they are. Finally. I'm gonna go to D-Tree. So I possibly didn't have to click that button. It'll be fine. Why is someone beeping at us? Elmore's at work. Everything seems fine. Lydia shouldn't have work again until tomorrow. I don't know. Okay. Miss D-Tree, with that being done, I'm gonna have her go fish for a little bit, and I'm going to focus on Lydia. So, yeah. Please, I beg. I beg so much. Say hi, Graciela. Let's get to know you. Let's ask about your career. Do you have a career? Are you retired? Let's ask your sign. And if you're single. And consider your attractiveness. You know, praise her book. Maybe try a little flirt and see how that goes. Right? Once we know that, we could also like friendly introduction to Barbara. See what's going on with Barbara. Because I don't believe Barbara's in any relationship, but we'll see. But we'll see. Right? She was in the busker career. Oh, well, how interesting. You know? Well, we're gonna get to know her. Graciela is a Leo. They have compatible signs. Depending on how attractive we find her depends on whether I'm even going to spend that energy getting to know Barbara. Graciela is single. How incredible. We're considering Graciella's attractiveness right now. What do we think? We're saying 1 out of 10. Okay. We're gonna do. Let's the flirt. The flirting is going well, actually. Let's do a pickup line. Right? And then we can do another chat, maybe, and get to know her a little bit more, and tell a funny story. It would also be great if we could just friendly introduction Barbara, so we could like at least know who she is, and then we can go a little bit deeper, right? But we'll see what we can do. I would love to know. Graciella is friendly. We're getting to know her traits again. But it would. Excuse me. I just. Of course, I just deleted Margot. It's not annoying whatsoever. I am going to quickly just save where we are, though, for my sanity. Okay. Well, we have a wide variety of straight sims now. Okay. Cool. That's not annoying whatsoever. Okay, we're just gonna briefly talk to Barbara so we can, just like know a little bit more about her, right? Say, hi, Barbara, nice to meet you. Let's get to know. Let's ask about gender preference, along with if you're single and your sign, along with a quick consider attractiveness. We're just gonna do that like real quick. And they'll be able to like figure everything out. There are things that we could collect if we felt like bothering. Alright. Come on, Barbara. Tell me your sexuality. Who are you attracted to? Ginger now has lost level 5. She has accomplished that basically in just one day. Damn. Barbara's gay. Barbara, newbie, is gay. Let's go. And Barbara is single, so we can go ahead and like ask about her career. And she's a Capricorn, which isn't compatible. We can like tell a dramatic story. We can tell a funny story. We can gossip. We can get to know. We don't find Barbara attractive at all. Okay. Whatever. We're gonna see what works. We can ask Barbara about her age. We can. She's in the busker career also. Also get to know her more. I'm okay with getting involved with Barbara, like if we want to. I don't know if like the pollinate went through. We'll see that. But I think otherwise we're probably going to like pursue Barbara. Right? We could do like a little flirt with her and maybe like a pickup line. But then I do want to go back to our home lot real quick. Hi, Miss Ginger. I've kind of ignored you all day on your birthday. I'm really sorry. You can use the restroom. And then you can have some chocolate chip cookies. And then your needs look really good, so you'd actually be able to go to sleep. Can you sleep in your brother's bed? We'll see. It might be worth it to separate them. Your brother's gonna get home and he's probably just gonna sleep. Lauren has needs he needs to take care of, so he's going to eat leftovers. And then he just needs to go to bed. Miss Dietrich can continue working, but then she needs to... I'd love for her to unclog the toilet and then use. Then she can go to bed. But I'm going to, again, go back to Lydia. Her needs are also a mess. But we're just going to see what we can learn about Barbara. Right. We're gonna do the little flirting right now. She does seem interested, which is cool. We can like, oh, Barbara doesn't like to flirt, but she is feeling flirty. Then we could do like a compliment in appearance, compliment personality. We could talk about art with her. Go back to a chat. Because we do just need to know her a little bit more. Right? We could discuss work with her. And then also another like general get to know. And then I am going to go back to Arlott and just for my sanity. Since we do have 2 children now, I am going to separate their beds into, you know, just like promise that they can sleep. I don't think we shouldn't get to a point where we have 3 children, so we should be fine. Right? So, Miss Ginger is going to be able to go to sleep. Once Elmore gets home, he's gonna be able to sleep. And then, Miss Dietrich can probably start getting ready for bed. Right. And that works for me. Once Elmore is home. Why are you home so far away, Elmore? And Dietrich's also getting a phone call, so we can answer that. Yes, we can absolutely deliver outstanding ingredients, no problem. It seems like everyone's taken care of except for Lydia right now, and she is miserable. That's okay. That's okay. I have a plan. We have a plan. We're continuing. Just trying to get to know Barbara. I would love to get up to a friendship with her. At least. Right? I think that would be good. So she did seem to, like, accept our flirting. So Lydia does want to flirt with Fatima, but Fatima is straight, so we do have to cancel that. Right, that's alright though. But we have... We have this figured out. We should be okay. I'm not sure if the pollination went through. I don't know what's going on with that. But I am going to call it at the end of this day regardless. Right? So everyone's taken care of except for Lydia. We're just gonna finish talking to Barbara, socializations that we do have. And then we'll say goodbye and, like, go home. Right? Since it is almost 10 and we have work tomorrow and our skill is already so bad. Yay! That's not concerning at all. Oh, we are officially friends with Barbara, which is great. We're just gonna go to the get to know. We're gonna cancel the, like, chat then. But if we're friends with Barbara, that could work out. right?
Donga Dooza. Teague.
And then Barbara is a loner, which is cool. We're just gonna do that little flirt. And then we are gonna say goodbye. But I will, at least we know her, and we should, like, in theory, be able to, like, invite her out if we want to in the future. Which works. We'll take that. Right? And then everyone else we don't need to worry about currently. Okay. I am content with that. Okay. So we're gonna try to get Lydia and Barbara together. We do have enough, like, money to actually build, like, an actual house for the meadow, so for Dietrich Meadow and everyone, so we can, like, upgrade from our, you know, little commune life, right? So we're probably going to do that next episode, and then have Dietrich and okay, I understand we're doing an evil laugh, and have Dietrich and Lauren get married. So I will have to figure out what kind of house I want for them. We have over 50K, which should be enough to be able to, like, build them a pretty nice house. We don't want to, like, be a mansion or anything, but, like, that should be enough. You know? And we will figure it out from there. But I don't even know what's going on with Lydia, because all my plans with her were completely destroyed. And I am going to have her take care of her hygiene. I was thinking maybe we just deal with that in the morning, but it'll be fine. So everyone's taken care of. We're gonna get everyone in bed. Everyone's going to be all right, and I'm not going to be driven insane. So I'm going to transition to our screens. I'm going to say thank you so much for watching and dealing with. We were able to succeed in getting, like, Rebecca and Victor's child born, but then we weren't able to get the accomplishments that we needed with it already took so long to build that we didn't have the time to build Dietrich's own house, along with whatever is going on with Lydia, and, like, just Margot deleting from our game, which is who we were planning to set her up with. But it's fine. It's fine. I stream on Fridays, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, so if you want to watch, you can just tune back in here again. Thank you so much for watching. A like, a subscribe, a comment, a follow means so much, so thank you for that, and I hope you have a great day. Bye-bye.